Meri Atelier, and today's Thursday, January 26th. I'm holding my phone in my hands because, well, I'm going to turn it toward me in a minute and show you my new glasses. Please forgive how I look because it's 4:30 in the morning. How do you look at 4:30 in the morning? Welcome to my desk. So let me flip the camera. You'll probably see the ceiling. Good morning. Hi, Mitzi. Nobody else is here. I have to figure out how to flip this camera. Oh, there it is, down there in the corner. Well, Arlene is here. All right, hold on a minute. We're going to flip the camera and you'll see the ceiling for a minute and then you'll see me. So hold on. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Janet Nash. I got my glasses. I got my new eyeglasses. I'm going to show you real quick and then I'm going to turn it back. Hold on. Here are my new glasses. Can you see them? My new eyeglasses. They're frameless. I don't know what you guys can see. Here I am. Hi. All right, that's enough. That's enough of Meri. All right, let me put this camera up on the stand with, hopefully without turning it off. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Oops. It says make sure that your camera's charging here. All right. Oh. I think it'll be okay. I'm not real sure about that, but I got to put it on the stand before I drop it. Woo! Okay. Well, I'm not sure how fast it's charging, but it's charging. I think I'm going to need a new charger. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Kimberly. You saw me at 4:30 in the morning. My sad, sad face. Let me get out to my channel on my tablet so that I can see what's going on and officially welcome folks in. Gosh, it's hard to believe that it's almost the end of January. A whole month gone. Let me set the quality. To 720. Let me check things out here. I'm not sure that you saw much. Oh, there I am. Oh, I'm looking sad this morning. My hair's not combed. I woke up this morning and I didn't do much, let me tell you, because I had to hunt out some paper. Oh, well. Janet said, I don't know what I'd look like at that time. Yeah, well, I'm not looking the greatest. My hair, I didn't comb my hair this morning. But nobody's here but me. Well, and my brother, and he's off in another part of the house for a while anyway. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Mitzi. Hi, Janet. Hi, Arlene. There's Rhonda. Good morning, Rhonda. Mitzi. Good morning, all you early birds. Well, my eyeglasses, I can't see much without them. But they're bifocals and I'm getting used to them, and they're frameless. I wanted the frameless ones. I didn't think that big glasses, and I did ask the optometrist if I could wear reading glasses. And they said after about a week, you can wear your reading glasses after about a week. They said that you need to let your eyes get used to. So I'll give it about a week. But you know what, you guys? Next week I can go see if I can get my driver's license. I'm so excited about that. I want my driver's license. And my poor brother, let me zoom in a little here, give you guys a little bit of a ride. My poor brother, on the way home, we were talking about, I was talking money to him and everything, and he popped up and he said he sure hoped he went first as far as passing away. We talk about those things. He said, if you go before I do, I don't know what I'm going to do with all your stuff. And I need to talk to him about it because, most of what I have in boxes and things are just like stash. It's my art journals that I don't want him to destroy well, I guess he could give them away, but, most of, like inks and papers and things like this, collage papers, things like this could really be, I don't know, Goodwill may not even take this. I guess the Salvation Army would take it. I guess it'll be his problem if I go first. I don't think I will, though. And then we got to talking about if he goes first, where would I live and all of that stuff. And just thinking about it. So, oh dear. I got home and I was looking and going, well, I sure want, and I go, well, I'd like to have, and I'm going, I don't need to get much more. I need to use up what I have. Janet says she likes them. It's fun getting new glasses. Well, I think I'm going to get me a second pair, but I'm going to pay off all my doctor bills first. I did my budgeting, and I think I can have all my bills paid by the end of March. All my doctor bills paid by the end of March. And then I think I'm going to get me a second pair of glasses because I know how hard I am on glasses. Hi, Mina. Mina says it's 3:37 a.m. there. She says, I'm cuddled up watching from under the covers. Arlene says, everything in my craft room is to be boxed up and shift to the Defy when I go. Well, I should. I don't know about Defy, but I'll bet you Keisha would take some of it to sell, things like, well, things like this. Or there are other sellers too, but I'm not going to worry about it because I think he's going to go first, and I don't know. It kind of surprised me that he brought it up. I think it's been on his mind for a while. I'm not going to worry about it for a little bit. It is in the back of my mind, though. But, things like my sewing machine and those type of things. And then the other thing I have to share with you guys is I went into the little needlework store because I wanted to get the most recent issue of the Piecework magazine, and I get it at that little needlework. Well, it's not needlework; it's a little quilt shop. I don't quilt, but they have that Piecework magazine, and I asked them then. I said, "How do you get a name on the Quilts of Valor?" and we talked about it, everything, and I nominated my brother for a quilt of valor. I don't know if they have that in your area, but a quilt of valor is a quilt that is donated to a local veteran who served. And it will probably, and I kind of learned something there, because I told them I kind of wanted it to be a surprise, and they said we can't do it as a surprise. And you know, they told me that they have a rule against that, because some veterans don't really want all the accolades and honor and all of that. And I think my brother, I think he would appreciate it. They take pictures and put it in our local paper of veterans who served, and I don't know. I'm going to tell him today that I nominated him, because they'll probably give him a call, and it'll probably be several months if he gets, you know, if they get to it, because there's a waiting list. So, but I'm going to tell him today. I'm going to say, guess what I did yesterday? Yeah. Yeah. Do you have that in your area? Quilt? A quilt, they call it a quilt of valor, V-A-L-O-R. V as in Victor, A-L-O-R. So, and then I have one other thing to share with you. And on Facebook, they have that marketplace, and I like to look at the local listings to see what I can put my hands on. I didn't go thrifting, but look what I got here. Let me get them out. I got a whole stack of hot pads. Oh, the stack is not over with. A whole stack of them. Now, I know things like this cute little crocheted dress will sell for $4 or $5 at a thrift store. And it's a very, very nice one. And by the way, I got all my mail sent yesterday too. Sherry Van's model doll, which is made out of a little dress like this. The dress opens up, and there's a little paper doll, a little doll there, and we put lace around it and hands and the whole thing. I'm going to make one for me. And look, it's gold. I'm going to make one for me. This is the only little dress. But I got a whole stack of these. And this looks like a vase or a mug of some sort. Looks like a little planter vase. Isn't that cute? And this was the ribbon that was on the sack. And then a lot of them are just crocheted. They don't look, this one does not look that old. This looks like it was crocheted recently. But some of these are really nicely done. And look at this one. Isn't it beautiful? So I am going to use them in my art. I'll probably be doing some giveaways. Some of them look really vintage. And then there's some fabric ones like this. I'm not sure about these, but they're kind of cool in their own way. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them. I could put them under planters. Here's another crocheted one. And they're double crochet. They're nice and thick, like if you were actually going to use them out in the kitchen. I could make a wall hanging out of them. This one's pretty. Oh, there's another little dress here. Oh, how interesting is that? It's got a little tie here. Aren't these cute? And this one, it's an interesting shape. Hangs like that. And this one looks really vintage. I'm not sure that it is though. This one is cute. This one is probably vintage because it's Got a little, this one I could probably use in my art with no problem. And this one's pretty. What do you think I paid for this? I want to get an idea what you, and then there's some that are just fabric with little crocheting around the edges. And this, my sister-in-law has some of these. She's no longer not my sister-in-law, my brother's significant other. Out in the kitchen, we have a stack of these. And then here are some with faces on them, some fabric ones with faces. There's several of these. These would make cute dolls, but I don't know how many dolls can I make. And this is just a fabric one. But look, looks like it's a Johnny Appleseed there. It is, it's Johnny Appleseed. Here's another one with a face. Several with these faces. Looks like it might have been a set. Might have been a set. Looks like it was made out of quilted fabric type of stuff. It was made on a machine that did that satin stitch. And this looks like it might have been that fabric paint. These look like they were fabric painted. I'll bet they bought this as a kit. They're different though. Each face is different. Well, these two are the same, but they're different faces. This one's cute. This one, she's still kind of thinking about getting cute. She looks like me when I got up this morning. Ugh. And then these are the Johnny Appleseed ones. And then we got a Mr. Sunshine. So I've got this stack of them, which are fabric and these that are all crocheted. But just even estimating $3 a piece for these. What do you think I paid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's at $3 a piece, which is not unreasonable. At a thrift store, you'd probably pay that anymore. That's up to $45 right there at $3 a piece. And then these would probably go for a little cheaper just because they're fabric. Maybe 50 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe $6 for this. So maybe about, just at my estimate of if I paid $3 a piece for those, 50 cents for these. Oh, look, there's some more here. Did I count these? I don't know if I counted these. Well, 2 more. Over $50. I paid $15 for them. So if you add Roberta, hi Roberta, welcome. Roberta's Artistic Adventures. Glad to have you join us. If you combine Roberta's $5 and Mitzi's $10, you would have it. And I thought that was a pretty good price. So these for sure, I'm going to make little bottle dolls out of these. These others, a little planter could fit in there. A little plant, maybe a little succulent or something you don't have to water too much because you don't want to, or even an artificial plant. I don't know. That was my latest. I guess maybe I should put off getting that driver's license so that I don't go to any thrift stores because I need to pay off all my doctor bills before I buy much more. And you don't need to use up all my art supplies so that my poor brother won't have to worry about But that's a good, Arlene said that when she passes away, all her stuff is to be boxed up and sent to Defy. That's a good thought. I don't think our local Goodwill would take this stuff anymore, which is sad because there's a lot of good stuff here that somebody could use. So maybe I'll have to gather some names to where he could donate stuff. And I guess I could designate a certain amount for postage, like $800. It would probably take quite a bit to ship all that. Well, unless you, I don't know, it may not take that much to box it all off and send it to somebody, but it would probably take a good amount. Mina says, hi, Roberta. Roberta, thank you for joining us. You'll find this is a really, really friendly group. Look, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning here, and we've got 16 people in here, which I think is amazing. So what else have I been doing? Well, I was looking up there to see. I have been, now this needs to be pressed, but maybe I'll do it after I cut them apart. I've been working on my postcards, and here is my postcard sheet. Before there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 on here, and I'm going to cut them apart. And then I got some red seam binding. I'm going to put red seam binding, but I think I need to press them a little too. They're not pressed. But what I did is I made little sewing machine samplers here. And then I have this fabric that has these ladies on it, and it has sayings like, of course I talk to myself. I want an expert advice. And this one says, why is being this fabulous so hard? And this one says, in the middle of being fantastic, can you bother me later? I'm in the middle of being fantastic. Can you bother me later? She's on the phone there. So it's little, not snarky, but kind of vintagey, not bad snarky, but kind of snarky. The other days, I can't find my glasses because I was already wearing, oh, the other day. I must have cut off the other day oh, it says other day I can't find my glasses because I'm already wearing them. Oh, some days, I see it. It starts over here. Some days I truly amaze myself. Other days I can't find my glasses because I'm already wearing them. And this one I think I'm going to send to myself down here because it says needlework, but I cut it off. I cut off the NE up here. What I did was I'm going to have to cut along these lines. And that's what I'm going to do this morning. And then what I'm going to do, I'd like to be able to do this while it's still one piece, but I don't think I can. What I'm going to do is, after I cut these, I'm going to cut pieces to fit the back here, and then I'm going to put bias tape around each piece. And when I stitch my bias tape on, I'm going to stitch the paper down. But I'm going to stamp the postcard, and well, the stitching will show around here. It'll probably just be straight stitching, well, or zigzag. And I'm going to carve a tat stamp, a little tat. And I can't decide when I carve that stamp, if I want to carve it as a little piece like this, or if I just want to carve one little piece, and then I think I'll carve just one little piece. But that's what I'm going to put on the back. So while I have it out, are you guys ready for me to cut it? I don't think I can cut this on my trimmer, but I do think they're 5.5 by 3.5. And I think I'm pretty much on key here. This is 5.5 here. And this is 11. And that leaves this over here at 5.5 again. So I think I'm pretty much on line here. This one looks a little squirrely, but it's 3.5. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much on line there. So, I don't know, you guys might have to close your eyes while I do this. Let me tip my camera a little. Hi, Clint. Good morning, Clint. Hi, Angie. Angie says, good morning. Now I'm going back to sleep. I was lurking in Keisha's the other night. I was lurking. I didn't want to interrupt her and you guys. And I was being good. I wasn't buying anything. So here we go, guys. We're going to cut these. I'm going to cut it along the line here. And I knew I was going to cut this stitching, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to put that seam binding on it. So very carefully, I'm going to cut these. I'll cut one out separate just to show you. So my brother won't have to worry about these because these are part of, I've only got 9 here. I'm going to have to do another sheet. I hope to get them done by the end of January. Another sheet. If I do another sheet of 9, I'll have 8. Well, I'm going to send one to myself, though, so I have to take away 2. So I'll have 7 ready to go for February. And they're going to be Crazy Quilt next month, and then I'm going to do something different in March. But what I want to do is do 10 postcards a month that I make in that, in that month, not the ones that I made 3 years ago. I want to do 10 a month, and I'm going to go through the Fib Diggity group and through the address book. And for the people that I didn't send Christmas postcards to, I'm going to send postcards to. So they'll look something like this. And I think I'll probably have to press this down because I did this all by hand. So some of it is kind of loose. But with my seam binding around there, just pretend that this is seam binding. I think it'll look really nice. Let's fold this in half. Let me kind of fold this. Pretend that this paper is seam binding. I could put paper around it, but I was going to use fabric. See, and if I do all 4 corners, I think that'll look really cool. And see, it covers up the, and then I'll have this when I stitch on. I'll have, let me put it here. On the back, I'll have these all stamped and ready to go. And then when I stitch it, it'll look like this on the back. And, boy, I'm almost tempted to do paper. I estimated, because it's 5.5 here and 5.5 there, So that's 11 inches, and this is 3.5 and 3.5. You know, it takes 18 inches, 1.5 feet just to do seam binding. And I estimated 20 inches, so I'm 2 inches above. And by 10, I took 10 times 20. That's what, 200 inches of seam binding? And you divide that by 12. That would be, one will go into 20, about 21 feet. And 21 feet, divide that by 3, that's 7 yards. So, and I was looking at seam binding. The seam binding that I bought, well, it ran all the way from 3 yards a package to 4 yards. I got the 4 yards ones. I think the 3 yards were wider. So what did I say, 7 yards? Yeah, 7 yards. Well, at 3 yards a package, 7 yards would take me, well, 2 packages, plus I'd need another yard. It'd take me 3 packages of seam binding. I think I bought 3 packages of seam binding yesterday at Walmart. But it's not meant to be beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's meant to be kind of shabby. And it is shabby because I don't know if you can see, this is, I'm going to try to press that down, but it's still not stitched. I could stitch that down again in here, but it would still be kind of warpy, which is okay. They're not all like that. Angie says, Arlene, it's not doing it this morning. I'm sorry. I was so nervous that I called Verizon and he couldn't help me. Thank you for trying to help me. Meri, you should have said hi. We were having a good time. I wasn't there that long. And I just wanted to, I wanted to lurk. I wanted to lurk, Angie. So I'm going to cut these postcards. And, you know, if I get a little crooked here, I mean, well, I won't get too crooked, but I'm going to do that seam binding around here. So that'll cover up the edges. And then I need to cut, well, I don't know if I have 5.5 by 4, that isn't going to make any difference. The standard size is 5.5 by 3.5, but I think if I have 5.5 by 4, I was going to cut this off, this 1/2 inch off, but I think I'm going to leave it. I think I'm going to leave it. We'll see. I'm not done cutting this. But I'll give them a good pressing. You're kind of seeing them in the rough. They need to be pressed. The fabric needs to be pressed a little. But it is kind of wrinkly there. But I did press I pressed these pieces out. I did not press this piece out, but when you stitch it by hand, you know, it kind of gathers on some of these stitches in there. These went on really nice. Now let's cut this one. I did these stitches like this because I needed to know where my postcards, I needed to know where to place these things. So these kind of marked it. I could have marked it with a chalk pencil or something, but this is how I did it. I've been having fun at my sewing machine. So some people and I don't think I'll necessarily go in alphabetical order. I might take a name and skip several names and take another name, and I'll keep a list of who I send to. So, like, these won't go to the first 10 people. So you might get one at a certain time. I don't know. Maybe I should cut this. It needs to be cut right along there. It's kind of an odd size, and there's nothing up in there. I think I'll cut it. And then I'll have something to put in my book. Well, I'll have the postcard I send to myself. And some of you are already getting postcards that I sent out for the giveaways. I sent out a whole, and here's the thing. I went to the post office yesterday and I asked her for some postcard stamps and she said, I don't have any. I asked her for the sheet and she said, we don't have any. And I said, what do you mean you don't have any? And she said, we don't have any. And she said, I can sell you a row of 100. And I said, how much is that? And she said, $45. I said, I don't think I want those. I don't think I can afford that. And she said, this is what I have left. And she had a sheet of 16. And I had, 8 or 9 postcards to send from the giveaway that I did the other night. And I sent those off and I've got about 8 left. And I got some more postcard stamps around here. I told her to call the post office, the main post office in Washington, D.C. and tell them we want postcard stamps. And I don't know. I really think if she was the only clerk there, I think it was just her station that didn't have any, and she couldn't go. The other stations were closed, and she couldn't go looking in the desk because there was nothing in there. They were, the people, they bring out the closed, when they're closed off like that. So, but I got everything mailed yesterday. Sherry Van's bottle doll is on its way. Everything is on its way. Postcards, cards, Tammy Jo's, ATCs, Pam Hewitt. They're all on their way. I got bills to send off today. I got my glasses yesterday. I paid on my surgery bill. And you know what? In our area, our Dollar Tree was closed. It was closed for 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday. I don't know why. I couldn't go to Dollar Tree. I haven't been to Dollar Tree since before Christmas. I was disappointed. But I got those hot pads, so that made up for it. And then we went to Walmart. We did grocery shopping. I went to that little needlework store to get my magazine. We had a full day yesterday. I came home, I was tired. I think these are going to be cute. Where's that? After you get the binding on there, it kind of frames them off. Now, Kathy Whitney, I was saying I'd like to put a button on there, but I don't want to send a button through the mail. And she told me to use some cardboard buttons. I could make some buttons out of cardstock. Do I have any cardstock? I'm not here. Let's just pretend this is a button. Let's pretend this is cardstock. I'll fold it this way. I'm still getting used to my bifocals here. Help if I use the right side of the needle. See, I could probably put a, I'd have to glue it down, but, you know, put a little cardstock button on there. Someplace in here probably would be the best place. And then have the, what I did with the binding, here it is. Have the binding on there. And I could cut the buttons out of different color of papers. I don't know if I like that or not. It's what they'll look like. And you'll get it, and you'll be stuck with it after it's left my desk. You can do what you want to with them. There's 5 of them here. I think too, when I press them, I'm going to press them with a little iron, and I think that will straighten them out a little. And this is watercolor paper, so if I happen to get it a little wet while I'm pressing it with a little steam, I don't think it'll hurt the paper any. It's a nice stiff paper. It's very interesting on the back, but I'm gonna put a backing on it. So, okay, we just have these to go, and I'm gonna cut this down to size here. Gosh, postcards are what, 47 cents, I think? 45 or 47 cents to send a postcard anymore. But once you buy them, 3 years from now, when a postcard will be $3, you can still use your 47-cent stamp. They never go out of. They're like forever stamps. That's my understanding. There we go. Cool. See, now this one could probably take a button up in there. I'm not sure I like buttons on them. I might just send them like they are so I can get them sent out. So those are ready to be worked on out by my machine. And then I want to cut these. We're going to work on these. And good morning to everybody who's come in. Let me refresh my chat. I still have top chat, live chat on mine. Maybe because I haven't. Okay. Hi, Randy. Randy Rabbit. Good morning, Randy. Hi, Posh. Good morning, Posh. Randy said she's lurking and listening. That's perfectly okay. Those of you who are lurking. Angie says, I must have been really tired last night because I went to bed at 6. Hi, Stephanie. Stephanie G, welcome, welcome. Posh says, Meri, you've been busy. That's quite a stack. That's 9. I have one more to do. I'm trying to do 10 postcards a month. So I'm going to do another sheet of 9, and that'll make my 10th one. And then in February, I'll be 8 ahead. So, and I'm going to do the second sheet like these. And then in March, well, I'll be 8 ahead. So my 2 that I do in March, for March, will be like okay, so if I do another sheet of postcards, I need 1 of them for this stack. And that'll leave 8 left. That'll leave 8 left. So the one up here on this will go for March, and it'll be a different design. It'll be, no, in March, it'll be like this. And then in March, I'll have 9 other different. Excuse me, it's early in the morning. I'm not thinking straight. Of course, I'm not sure I always think straight anyway, but I am so looking forward to driving again. She put these glasses on me, and then she said, let's see if you can read this. And she had a little sheet that it wasn't an eye test. Well, it wasn't an eye test like you look up and find the big E, but it was a little sheet, and you had to read the paragraph, and it got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And I could read them all until the very top one, which was tiny, 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 probably about a 0.2. And I'm going, I can read them. I can read them. Randy said, here's a glass of water for those who need to hydrate. Arlene said, I heard that math, Meri. I said, no morning mathing. Well, I had to figure it out. So I'll make another sheet of 9. I'll use 1 for here. And that will leave me 8. Oh, that'll leave me 8 for February. So in February, I'll need another sheet of 9. And then I'll have to use, there'll be a different design. I mean, in March. These will be for February. In March, I'll need another sheet. Another sheet for March, and I'll need 2 out of that for February because I only have 8 here. I want to do 10 a month, and if I take 2 out of that, that'll mean 6 here. And if I made another sheet, I'll need 4 out of April. I'll need 4 out of April, so I'll have 4. Oh, Stephanie, no problem. No problem at all. You just, Stephanie is going to be, oh, and I'm glad you mentioned this, Stephanie, because this coming Saturday is our 4th Art Saturday, and Stephanie's joining our hop group. So we're getting all of our, we're getting folks sending in their videos. And that's what I need to do today is get that playlist created. So if any of you would like to join our video hop, for those of you that do videos, let me know. and I'll add you to our, you'll have to be able to make videos though, and it's only once a month, and you don't have to play every month. I would expect that you would play some months, but you know, people have life events. Like right now, Tanya's kind of been out of commission the last few months, so, but she'll be joining us again soon. And, you know, people come and go, but just let me know if you're interested. And I have all of it's a theme top, but the themes are just more like suggestions. If you don't like the theme, you can do your own wild card. Hi, is it Miriam? MNW? Welcome, welcome. Miriam's from Israel. Welcome, welcome. Arlene popped my email in there. I'm not sure why. Arlene dropped a link to Stephanie's channel. March is not that far off, Mary. Get creating. Posh, I was telling Arlene that I was lurking at Keisha's the other night. I probably lurked for about a half an hour. I didn't want to get involved in a whole lot of chat because I was doing stuff. But I was lurking. What was she selling? I can't remember what. Oh, she was cutting up. Is this something new she's starting where you can, like if you buy a book and you want to divide it with somebody else, she does that? Or if you buy a stack of postcards, you can buy half and let somebody else pay for half? Is Tommy Joe here? Hi, Tommy Joe. Your ATCs are on the way. I sent them out yesterday. No, Mary, you was telling me, not Arlene. Oh, did I say Arlene? Oops. I'm sorry, Angie. I was telling you, not Arlene. Posh was here. Let's see. Posh said, my shoulder replacements are now rescheduled for March. I can't wait. Boy, Posh, I understand. I so wanted these eyeglasses. I'm getting used to bifocal, so I kind of have to turn my head a certain way. What do you have to do a shoulder? Is that a surgery, Posh? I would think it would have to be a surgery, wouldn't it? A shoulder replacement. Wow. This has been a long journey, Rhonda says, for Posh. Arlene says, Posh, oh cool, prayers for a smooth completion and a full recovery. Who else did I miss? Mitzi's here, Randy Rabbit, Posh, Stephanie, Rhonda, Posh. I'm just going back. Miriam. Mary, you've been quite busy. That's quite a stack. Stephanie came in. Angie's here. Randy. I think I said hello to everybody. Mina. Mina says, it's really a cute stamp, Angie. What about stamping on a piece of cloth and embroidering it? What did Angie say? Posh, I can't wait to get my mushroom. I'm going to have to think of what I can make with it. Did you guys watch Dee Dee yesterday? She was stamping with wood stamps on her jelly plate. I only watched a bit of it while I was addressing envelopes. All right, so let me cut these at 3.5 by 5.5. And I have to tell you, my desk is a little discombobulated this morning. Let me put these scissors over. I don't know what happened to my big scissors. I'm going to have to see if they fell someplace under something. I know my fabric scissors are out in the other room, but my big Tim Holtz scissors should be on the cart, and they're not. Let me get my trimmer out. See my little gold bunny? A little gold bunny? Little Year of the Rabbit, Randy. Randy, it's Year of the Rabbit, 2023. You should be celebrating. The Lunar New Year. let me cut these up here. So I think I had these at 5.5. Is that how I add them? I think so. And these at 3.5. 5.5 this way. Well, 5.5 and 5.5 would be 11. I might have been able to get more than 9 out of these. I'm not sure. Let me see what I'm doing here. If I cut these at 3.5, be right there. Let me cut this at 3.5. And this is 11, so 5.5 should be there. Let's see how many I can get out of here. Am I at 3.5? I am. This doesn't seem right to me, but we shall see. 3.5, and then cut this at 5.5. And I'm getting used to these bifocals. I have to tip my head up to see this. But I do like them. I like them a lot. So it seems small, but it fits. And then when I sew the seam binding on, I'm going to work on these. And then when I sew the seam binding on, I'll stitch these down with the seam binding. But I'm going to stamp postcard. I'm going to carve a little tat stamp in. So let's just do it like this as I go. Let's see how many I can get out of these. I think I can get, well, I don't know. We'll see. I think I can get more than what I was planning if I cut them this way. Maybe not. Maybe not. It just looks bigger to me. It's these eyeglasses. They make everything look big. They make everything look big. That's why I could read the small print, because it looked big. And this is the one that has the needlework cut off, but it's really not that bad. But I'm going to send this one to myself because it's a little chopped off there. Yep, I showed my face earlier, you guys, and my hair wasn't even combed. I forgot about that. Oh, dear. I guess I'm only going to get 8 out of these. I'll have to cut another sheet, I guess, for my 9th one. 3.5. That's too small. That's only 3 inches. I could probably fit it on, but it would be pushing it. These come right out to the edge. Oh, this one's, you know. See, if I put it like this, well, my seam, but it would be pushing it. Let me cut another one. I'll put that in my scraps. Anyway, that's how I'm going to do it. And I've been playing with my tatting. I don't want to show that until I'm going to do another tat video. Excuse me. Three and a half. Well, this could be for the 10th one here. 5 and a half. I'll have the 10th one already cut. And that'll be for the 10th one. So I'll be putting seam binding around these, and I'll be stamping these. And I've got some little stitch pieces left here that I can put in my journal, little stitchy pieces, or put on my calendar. I can put this on my calendar and these in my journal. Alrighty. So I'm going to put these, I'm going to take them out in the other room, but not right now. I need my Society of Idea Collector, and that would be out in the other room, right? Or is this it? This is it. Society of Idea Collectors. To get my hand in there. Off, on, off, on. Bright ideas, bright ideas. I love doing that. So what I want to do is move Penelope so I don't knock her off the desk. And we're going to design a little tat stamp. And I have all these little templates that I was doing my game pieces there. Let's just go over to here. Can you guys see? I don't think you can. Yeah, you can see. So I don't know if I want the whole eraser though. I might have to cut my eraser in half, because what I want to do, and I think I'm going to design it horizontally like this. And let's just eyeball this sort of like this. And I just want one little loop. One little loop. Like so. And it's going to have a little tat thing like that. And then I want these to come out this way. Now I might cut this down so that's right at the edge. Like that. So that when I stamp it, I can hook up these. So I want this. Where's my ruler? I want these on an even even line here. Like that. Let me draw another line. Like that. Of course, I don't want that this wide, so let's see. Let's start this here. Like that. Now that line is just a reference line. I won't be carving that line. And then my little tat in here, and then it'll be, I'll carve little lines, and there'll be a little circle there, a little circle. That's what's going to be hard, are these little circles, to get those carved. The rest of this won't be that hard. Like that. This is a reference line, so that I'm sure I'm having my, and I don't think I want it that, because I want these two to meet up. So I probably want my line to start here, like that, and maybe make this a little larger. It'll be easier to carve. And right here. And I'll want to chop this off here. And, well, I'll want it a little outside here. I want a little space in there, so more, maybe more like that. And I'll make little tap lines, and then you need the little, I don't know, this might be harder than it looks. So if I carve this, if I leave this all as positive as black and make these white, that might be easier. I'll have to play with that. So when I stamp it, I'll have this all as positive area, and then I'll carve little marks out of this. This will all be positive in here. This would all be black, and this would all be black. That would be easier, and then I could carve these out. That wouldn't be hard to carve little lines for their white. These would be white. My thread would be white. That makes a lot of sense. And then this would all be dark in here. I know what I mean. It's hard to illustrate it that way, but so I think that's what I'm going to go for. It shouldn't take me long to do that. And look what I got at Walmart yesterday. They've gone up in price. They used to be $1.46. Now they're $1.64. Which is still a good price, because I used to pay $4 for a package like this until Tanya said, Mary, you can get them at Walmart for $1.46 for 3 of them. And I'm going, you can? I run to Walmart and picked up my first pack of 3, and I've been buying them whenever I see them. They're not always stocked at Walmart. They're not always stocked. You have to get them while they're fresh. You have to get them while you can. Off of supply stores. Boy, I'll tell you, the ink pen area was looking pretty bleak at my store. I missed my Pen Plus gears. All the Pen Plus gears were gone. Some of the Pentels, most of the Pentels were gone. And that set where you buy a gold, a white, and a silver, they went up in price from there. I think I was paying $5.68 or something when I first got them. Now they're like $6 or $7. They've gone up in price. Everything's gone up in price. We went to the grocery store, and I usually get a pack of those diet squirts, and they've gone up in price. They've gone up in price. I think it was like $7.38 now. And we used to get it for like $5.50, like that. I told my brother, I said, I'm not going to drink diet squirt anymore. I said, I'll drink water before I pay that much for a pop. I like to have a diet squirt every now and then, but you know, I'm not gonna let them rip me off that way. They can just the can can just sit on the shelf. All right. So I think I want to cut this in half, and I'll probably cut it more. We'll see. And I'm going to cut this eraser right here. And I'll have this one, and then I'll also have one that I can, if I need to redo it. And then I'll take my stamp, you know, and then I can stamp it different ways. Let's see what happens here. Let me set this down and grab my new cutting mat that I got for $1.25 at the dollar store. I think I got this before Christmas. It's been sitting around. I haven't. All right, Angie, if you're out there, close your eyes, because I got to get my utility knife to cut this in half. Close your eyes, Angie. Or anybody else who gets queasy when I get a knife out. I'm just going to cut this in half. It shouldn't be too hard to cut this. It's like cutting butter. It's like cutting butter, Mom. It's like cutting a cube of butter. And I think this was the size that I wanted. That didn't take long, did it? Like cutting a pat of butter. And we'll put this up over here somewhere. And I'm going to draw this out, and then I'll zoom in so you guys can. This shouldn't take too long to carve. This is not a hard design unless I goof up. I could goof up. And so what I want to do is I want to mark I have to get this where I can see my bifocals. I'm still getting used to my bifocals here. Let's put this baby bot over. Let me put that back on my cart over here. And Penelope, I'm going to move you. I'm going to move my little rabbit. Excuse me. Excuse me. I cussed my brother out because he sneezes and coughs. So what do? I sneeze and cough. Now I'll put this ink pad back here. I'll be needing the black one soon. Let me turn this way. Getting used to my bifocals, I have to turn my head a certain way. Let's see, how deep do I want that? And I'm going to use this S-Gel pen. It gets pretty smeary on these erasers, but I don't want to dig out the other ones. Do I want it here? Maybe? Right about there. Put this on that line. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just need a line. Okay. And it looks like it needs to go up a little here. Let me. Can't see anything on this ruler because of the lighting. Yeah, it's all off here. Needs to come up to there. I was crooked, Mom. That's better. Oops, no, it's crooked the other way. It'll all get carved away. Heck, I can do better eyeballing it. Right in there. All right. So now I want a loop. I want my little loop to go here. And all of this is going to be positive. The background is going to be dark. So I might cut this down a little. Make it a little smaller in here. And then a little loopy-doopy here. A little. And then a loop here. And a loop here. And then strings coming this way. And this way. Okay. Now, that's almost looks like a lifesaver to me. But, and then I need my little caps out here. This loop could be bigger. Little caps in here. There, it's starting to look more like a little tat. And all my lines will be carved out except for my measuring line here. That will all be positive. Well, I think I'm going to cut this down to here and this down to here. We'll see how that works. And if that doesn't work, I'll do it in reverse. But I think it'll be too hard to cut out all of this and get a positive line there and try to cut out the centers. I think that'll be too hard. So let me zoom in. It shouldn't take too long to carve it because I'm only carving on the lines. I have to get out my little carving tool, which I think I'll use this one, and my ink pad here. And let's zoom way in so you guys can see. And boy, I'll tell you, carving with these bifocals are going to be interesting. I'm going to have to move this closer to me and zoom in. Yep. You guys are seeing a dirty ink pad. How is that? I just turned around and looked behind me. Run! Run, Forrest, run! It's really not bad back behind where my bookcases are. I was clearing out stuff and it's all out in the middle of the floor. All right, so all of this is going to be positive. And what I'm going to carve is this line. There. And let's get that. Don't look, Angie. Don't look. We're going to carve that end off here. And I'm not too sure how this is going to stamp because I have to have dark meeting dark. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. I'm not sure. I might just have to do it. Let me get this a little taller. I don't think that will work. I think I'm going to have to carve it out. It'll work as one tat, but if I wanted to do 3 tats, I would have a problem. So we'll just use this as a 1 tat deal. All right, I want to cut this. This is only going to be a 1 tat. I can't do what I wanted to do on this. The other one, what did I do with it here? This one, I'll make it bigger and I'll carve out the background. This one, I'm going to leave the background in. And if I need an eraser, this isn't going to be get thrown away. This is make a nice eraser to erase. All right, we're done with this. You can come out now, Angie. We put the big knife away. All right. So this will be like a white thread on a black or whatever color that I print with background. And then I want to carve this area out here. And let's get that out of the way while I'm doing this. And then we want the little loop. That's going to be a trick. It's going to be a trick to carve it the other way too. Because where I carved that little white line in there, it's going to have to be, I'm going to have to, on my other one, I'm going to have to cut out the center. Well, I might be able to do it. That's the other thing. I did watch Dee Dee, maybe for 45 minutes yesterday, but she was saying how she was doing, was she carving? Did she have her speedballs? I think she might have carved something. Because she was talking about her speedball set. Maybe she was just talking. She was talking about, like, she doesn't like to keep the blades. You can put your extra blades in your handle. And she was saying she doesn't like to keep them in there because they jingle. I have one in there but I don't hear it jingling that much. But usually I have an extra one of these, and I keep my extra blades in my extra handle. I have some. She says, I don't like that jingling on carbon. I don't blame her, but I'm not doing that much hand motion on this, so it doesn't bother me. But I do have an extra handle. I have a 4th handle that I keep my extra blades in the handle. And then I keep some in the cigar box that I'm using. Am I in frame? Do I need to come down a little? And let's see, I've done 2 loops. Let's do this loop. Get the hard stuff done here first. We'll carve this 2 different ways. This one I can only use as one stamp because of the background. Because even if I could get my, well, I could do it across like this, probably, and get a nice line of them with a dark background, but I couldn't do it in a loop because it would, because of the squares here. I'll show you what I mean when I get this carved. Okay, now I'm going to carve out the center spot. And think of this as being thread. So it's not going to be perfect, you know, because thread doesn't land perfectly straight unless you are ultra talented. All right, so there's the center. Now I have to make the little thread marks here. And I'm going to have to kind of turn it to make it look like a thread. We'll see how this turns out. All right, maybe a little marks here. I don't know if those will show. You'd be surprised what shows, though. That one isn't coming out. All right, let's do a stamp off and see how that little thing looks. Uh-oh. I got a $25 gift certificate to Walmart from my nephew for Christmas, and my brother got a $25 certificate from his step-grandson for Christmas, and we combined it and we bought a dustbuster. And I need it in here. All right, let me get we're going to stamp this off and see how this one looks. Shall I stamp it next to my Merry Christmas here? I think I will. Well, you can't see the Merry Christmas anyway. All right, this is the top of my book right up in here. Let me bring it down a little because I'm zoomed way in. There, maybe right in there. Let me ink it up. There's it inked up. Not too bad, is it? Forgive my fingernails. I've been arting. Oh, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It looks like a tat. Now, I'm going to do the same thing, only what's positive here is going to be negative. Let's see if I can match this up. I don't like zooming in. You see my ugly fingernails. I don't buy artificial fingernails. I kind of like what's going on there. I don't think I have to do much. So I could do a line of these, take a long, or I could carve, I could get out my other stamp and do a whole, I could probably get maybe 3 of them off of a stamp, off of a, let's see. 1, well, no, not quite 3. I'd have to cut it down. Well, I could get 2. I'd have to cut my eraser down a little. All right, so now I'm happy with that. I don't think I have to do anything to it. I'm going to leave it just like that. A little inking there, but let's carve. Let's do this one. And I'm going to make it a little bigger because I'm going to cut out, instead of letting all this negative space be black, I'm going to carve all that out, and my tat is going to be black, or the color of the thread. So one will be white thread on a dark background, and the other one will be colored thread on a white background, or whatever background you stamp on. So I still need to do my line here. What did I do with my ruler? I put it back. And let's do it this way. I don't want a 1/2 inch, maybe a 1/4 inch right here, and right here about. And that should be pretty even. It won't be perfect. That's just a reference line. All right, so I can make my loop bigger here. I can make it taller. I don't want it too tall. So the very fact that I can make it bigger, it'll be easier to carve. And especially the loops, because I need to carve around those loops. And I need to carve out a little center in there. And you know what? I don't have this centered. Let's come out a, well, let's come in a little bit more here. This will be a more of a oval loop. This one is round. This one will be oval, because my eraser's taller. All right, and my loop here, and that's, I think my loops are going to be what's going to be hard, and the little lines are going to be hard to carve, because I want those to be positive, so I'm going to have to carve around them. These little horizontal lines on your tatting, if I can show you with one of these, up at the top here, when you do your double stitch, it leaves these little horizontal pieces up at the, up at the top. They call those caps. I've heard them called caps. I don't know if that's the official name, but one of the videos I was listening to called these little stitches that are formed at the top caps. C-A-P-S, caps. All right, then I want a thread coming this way, and it will have to be positive, so like that, and like that. And the reason I put that reference line across there is if I want to match these lines up after I stamp this, and if I want to stamp it again, I can take this reference line and bring it across and bring it here and bring this one across and bring it, kind of eyeballing it here. But then if I have, let's say, right where this line intersects is where, if I stamp this once, say I stamp this, and this line ends right in there, well then when I go to stamp again, if I want to match those two up, I'll just match it up with my reference line. Kind of a, what do they call that in printing when they have, there's a name for it when they put those little marks in there when they're printing. I forget what it is. It's, I don't know, are they called reference lines? All right, this one's going to be a little harder to carve because this is all going to be positive in here, and the center is going to be carved out, and then this is all positive, and then wait, I have to think this out. This is carved out and this is carved out. Yeah, this is positive, and then I'm going to make little thread marks in here. That makes sense. So, and let's see, I need to do my little caps here too. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do those caps. We'll see. And this tat could be bigger. All right, this one's going to be a little bit harder to carve. You know, I can work down here, way up in the corner there. All right, so let me dig out the other carving tools. Here's the scoop. Can you see it? You probably can't see it. I've got another one in here. Where is it? Way over here. Hold the phone. I gotta get to it. Is that it? Oh, you guys, it's horrible. I've got so much stuff on this, I can't find what I want. There's my knife blade. I want the scoop blade. Where's the scoop blade? Where did it run off to? Not the scoop, the other V one. Here it is. This is the one I want. All right, so in this case, I'm going to bevel it along the edges. And by bevel, I mean I'm putting my blade, cutting it at a 45-degree angle here. Except for right in there, I gotta be careful. And I want my stitch lines to show, so I'm gonna skip that little area where the thread is and come down below it. And you know what? I can even put little stitch marks in this. Now I think this will make a nice, if it turns out, this one turned out better than I expected. But if this one turns out as nice as this one did, this will be one that I can make designs with. We'll see what happens here. So now I'm going to take my scoop blade. This is called a scoop, and I'm going to carve out all this negative space in here. Get rid of all of that. And maybe a little in here, and then down up in here. All right. Then my ink pad getting its love here. I've had this for several years. All right, let's go back to this is called the #1 blade. It's a V blade, V as in Victor. And this is the #1, and it's really tiny. It's a tiny, tiny blade. And this is a V blade, and see, it's a little larger. And this one is nice to do your outside, and maybe if you need to do a little carving on the inside here. This one is nice to make the lines, but you cannot dig deep. I have a tendency to want to dig down with this, and that's not what it's for. It's not a digger. It's to outline, like what I'm going to do here. It's a liner, it's not a digger. Oh, you can dig a little with it. And it is also nice to make these little inside areas, the little tiny places where you got to dig out, like that, and like that, and up in here. And then I'm going to go see where I want these little lines here to be positive. So I'm going to take my liner and come between this positive area and those little caps marks there. So right about in there. And then I'm going to outline this little Picasso up here. And then I'm going to come again over on this side and outline this little Picasso. And then come down there. Now this line here is just a reference line. I'm going to carve that out. So I'm going to come up like this, like that. And up this way. So I got this carved out. I got these 3 carved out. I don't have this one carved. Now, I don't know if I got that. There it comes. Now I have to make this one. Now, I've done the inside of these little cap areas, but I also have to carve around the outside of them. Like this. And then I want to separate them. Now I might have to make them a little thinner. We'll see how they look when I stamp off. I might have to refine them. And then carve right in between them. There's only 2 little caps. It should be 3, but hey, who's counting? I think these are a little thicker than what I want them, but we'll refine them when I get there, if I have to. And yeah, I think they're too wide. And I'm going over here. And then we're going to carve this out. There. And all right, now I'm going to go with my larger V blade and cut out this center. Get a hold of it there. And then I kind of want to refine this area in here. And I'll probably have to clean this one up a little more. After I stamp it off once, there's always something to clean. Try to cut away from your fingers. If you're cutting toward your fingers, go very slow. Sometimes you can't avoid it. Now we can refine this a little more up in here. Don't want, it's not a digger, but sometimes you have to. Yeah. I'm not sure how that's going to look in there. All right. Now I think I'm ready to make my little stitch marks. But I also think these little caps are too thick. I think I'm going to have to narrow these down a little more. That was make my... doing that kind of detail work with a little hand carver, it's not that all that easy. Let's put some little stitch marks in there and stamp it off and see what I have. And let's do some stitch marks on the threads down here. When I say stitch marks, I mean thread, twist, like a thread, twist of a thread. Let's see what I have here. Sometimes I surprise myself. Sometimes it surprises me. So I'm going to have to take this mat and, well, let's get all my shavings off here. I'm going to scoot it down toward me. And I have taken these shavings and I don't do it very much because it's kind of redundant, but these will melt. You can melt them with your heat gun and press them together, or you used to be able to, and you can get a very textured stamp by doing that, by melting these, but I don't fool too much with that. All right, let's ink this up and see what I have. It might surprise us. It might be good and it might not be good. So if I put this right here, that's about where I want to put my book. Let me open it up again. And let's put my book right in here. Is that good? Up a little. Up a little more. Whoops, down a little. Right there. Down a little more. Let's see what I have. Let's see what I have. This will be a black thread. Oh, I can tell already that I'm going to have to do a little, not too bad though, is it? It's not too bad. You can always, all right. Stamp it off, see what I get. And forgive my dirty hands, you know, that's just part of arting. Ink, from inking. That's not too bad. I have to clean it a little. This one I'm going to leave alone. I'm very happy with this. This one is the first impression. But I'm going to have to clean it up just a little here. See what I have here? This mark? That's this mark here. I can't do much about that. That's a carving mistake in there. I can clean this up just a little in here. Clean this up. And I could probably do this 2 or 3 times and get a decent stamp, but I'm not going to do it 2 or 3 times. It is what it is. And although I think these caps are pretty wide, I don't know if I can thin them down any, because once you get this carved here, it's a little bit harder to carve these out. I'd like them a little thinner. Oh, well, there we go. We took that whole line out. Well, that's going to look weird. Let's take this line out. That's really wasn't what I wanted, but that's what I got. Let's make this line a little thinner. And I probably am ready for a new blade here. I've had this blade in for a long, long time, more than what. Now, let's make these a little thinner over here. Put in some more little stitch lines. Maybe in here. this is really a mistake in here. I don't know if I can do much about that. Trying to match it down below. Thin that out a little in there. Let's stamp it off again, see what I get. Except for, now this is a high polymer, and to be honest with you, I don't know if baby wipe or hand sanitizer will affect it like it would a rubber. But I'm going to try to take off some of that black and stamp it with a different color. See, I have a different color of thread, and it won't be as dark. And I'll probably get some of the black on it. But let's wipe this off a little, if I can. Not much is coming off of it, so hopefully, and let me wipe my hands off a little. Well, what color shall I use? I want a nice bright color, maybe. I had that, what did I do? I have this emerald color. Emerald Isle. Let's see how that color. So if we're going to have a different color thread, I wish I wouldn't have done that in there. That's really a mistake. But I could carve another one. Not today. I don't know how this is going to stamp off. Let's stamp it down below just for the fun of it. And I'll bring it up a little so you guys can see it. I don't know how that's going to stamp off that ink. I couldn't see what I was getting on it. Oh, well, it's not too bad, is it? You guys see it as being dark. I see it as being a pretty green. Let's stamp it again. You guys are seeing the black. It's not that black. It's a pretty green. Let's see if I can do that again. Maybe that black just needs to. Let's see if I can match it up here with my reference point. That's interesting because I don't see in my tablet, this is all dark. On real life, that's not black. Let me see what it looks like up here. If I can tip it. It still looks pretty. It's picking up all the dark, but it's not that dark. If I get it closer, no. It's a light green. You see more of the green in there. But I don't see all those dark areas in real life. I don't see all that dark. In real life, it all looks like that pretty green. That's interesting that it would do that. But I'm pretty happy with the stamp itself. It's better than what I thought. Let me try a different color. Let's see if I can wipe some of this off. I'll probably get a different color yet, be mixing my inks here. I buried my paper towels behind me. All right, let's try it with a different color ink. Maybe a distress ink. Let's see, what do I have here? Vintage photo. Ooh, let's try this color. Abandoned coral. And I think I have a mustard color here too. If I can get it out. Fossilized amber. Oh, come on. Broken china. That lid was loose. That might be dry. I'm going to try, let's try the fossilized amber. And then go to the coral and then the blue. So let me move it over a little, down a little, right here. I'm really zoomed way in. Oh, that's inking it up good. It'll be interesting to see how it stamps off. Now see how yellow that is? That's how blue this is in real life. In real life, I don't see all those dark marks around there. Let's do another one of these. I wonder how that would look on black paper. Of course, now this is Distress Oxides ink pads. And I'm not watching chat. So be good out there. I know you guys always are. I'm about ready to knock you off my desk. It's real light on here, but you guys see it very nice. All right, let's try the coral. Make sure I get these lids on tight. And I am going to wipe this off. I don't think that this alcohol hurts the high polymer. I don't know for sure because, you know, I just don't know. And it's a little damp. Let me do a stamp off over here. This is Abandoned Coral. Boy, some of those reds that Tim came out with. Didn't he come out with them this month? Some beautiful reds. I might order a Distress Oxide. This one's going to be pretty too. I'm about ready to knock you guys off the... I'm going to move you before I do. Hold on. I just don't have enough room on my desk for anything. So it'd be kind of fun. I'm trying to set you guys up over here on my cart without it falling. There we go. It'd be fun to do different colors, wouldn't it? Ooh, that's pretty, isn't it? That's the coral. Let's do another coral. These distress oxides are old, and they stamp real well. I'm anxious to see how my broken china stamps, because the lid was kind of jarred on those. This is a different stamp pad. I got these at a antique store, or like a flea market antique store. These are Ranger, though. They're dye ink pads. These are Ranger. There was a guy, his wife must have, I got that one up a little. His wife must have done a lot of stamping, or he hit a bargain or something. He was selling a bunch of these ink pads. I sent some to Sue. She wanted some. All right, let's try the, let me stamp this off. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let's try this broken china. I'm not sure how juicy this is. Well, it looks like it's juicy. Must have just been a little loose when I touched it. That lid wasn't on tight. I'm going to go right below. Let's turn it the other way and stamp it below, upside down. Ooh, it looks almost like this one over here. And I don't see as much black, so that black was peeking through. Let's do another one. And then I'm going to go back and do another black one, just so I have a full, maybe I'll do a black one when I get to here. We'll see what other color I have there. Make sure that that's on tight. See if I can't match these up right in there. That might be a little close, but we'll see. Oh, perfect. Well, let's see if I can get another color, and then I'm going to end it with black. And you see I'm getting little marks in there from these. Let's scoop those out. As you stamp, you learn what you need to clean up yet. I can get that out of there. Yeah, we're going to leave it. Let's see what other color of distress I have. Vintage. Let's see. I got pickled raspberry, which probably looks a lot like that. I got faded jeans and walnut. Let's do the walnut, because faded jeans is, well, faded jeans is a blue. We got kind of a bluish on there already from the broken china. The broken china looks a lot like that emerald. We're going to do the walnut. I've got other oxides, but they're not out. These are the ones I just have out on my rack over there. Let's do the brown, the walnut, see what happens. Whoops. All right. We want to match it. So I can still see my registration mark. It's kind of, registration, that was the word I was looking for. Registration marks. Put it right in there. This is walnut, but it's really I mean, walnut is a darker color than that. My pad is getting old. Let's see, let's line it up again. I see I'm still getting those little. Oh, I'm leaving a space in there too. Well, I'm going to leave the space. All right, now I'm going to do the black. And then I think I want to kind of play with a design on my postcard because I want to put tatting on my postcard. Let's do the black. Maybe I can move this up a teeny bit. Oops, and you guys aren't seeing it. Let me move my book. There you go. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, I got it upside down. There's always an odd one in the family, isn't there? All these others these are upside down, but this one went right side up again. There's always an oddball. Yep, there's always somebody who has to be different. Uh-huh. That's a black sheep of the family. Black sheep of the row here. It matches. It needed to be up there. That's okay. It's just play. I'm liking it. Now, what I want to do, let's push this up a little. I don't want to push my stamps off of it. I'm going to get rid of these distresses. I'm going to put them away. So I want to move my book up. And they're in the way. I want to move my book up. And what I want to do, let me put these away. Hold on. Is pretend that I have a postcard corner here. And I actually want it down in the lower left-hand corner. Maybe down a little bit more. Like that. You guys see that? I need to move it over a little. So it comes, this is the edge of my postcard. And my postcard is 5.5 inches, so it will go clear across. And so my tatting is 3.5 inches. I mean, my postcard, it'll come up a little higher, like that. So down here in the corner, how do I want to do it? Do I want to do a, like this? Let's play a little down in here. Let me move my book up a little. Let's do some play. And then I'll figure out how I'm going to put it in the corner. So if I put it like that, and I want those to meet like that. And I want these to kind of meet. I'm going to have to put 4 of them on there maybe. But how wide is that? This is a pretty large for that postcard. Okay, I could do something like that. I kind of like that, but that measures, hard time seeing this ruler with the light shining on the metal. That measures 2 3/4 inches across. 2 3/4. So, and my postcard is 5 1/2. I can't see. Can't see what I'm doing. What is that? 5/4 now? 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/4 make 4 1/2. I'm missing one. Well, let's do it this way. I have to see it in real life. This is 2 3/4. My postcard is 5 1/2. So I have, yeah, I'm missing an inch. It's 3 1/4. Wait, hold it. 1, 2, half. It's 2 3/4. 2 3/4 here. 2 3/4. I messed up there. All right. So, I'm not good at all that stuff. I see it visually. That's really interesting. I see it visually. When I draw it out, I don't really, I need to review my fractions there. Just ignore that. Meri doesn't do good online math. So this is 2 3/4. And this is, what did I say? Let me measure it out again. 1, 2, 2 3/4 here. Oh, okay. That makes sense. 2 3/4 and 2 3/4 is 6/4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 2/4, which is 5 1/2, which is the length of my postcard. So this takes up at least half of my postcard. That's what I'm seeing. Because this is 2 3/4 and this is 2 3/4. So my postcard, when I draw, if I put it on my postcard, now let's see how tall it is from the bottom here, which is way down here. I could probably put another one and run it off there. Run it off the edge, put another stamp in there. But from here to here, if I can see it, this metal ruler is just about 2 inches. So let's call this 2 inches. And my postcard is only 3 1/2. So I've only got 1 1/2 inch up in here for 1 1/2 here to do a message. I could write hello like this. Hello. Hello there. Hello there. And do another half of a stamp there. So let's play with this. Let's make this 5 1/2, the length of my postcard. 5 1/2 and 3 1/2. And I'm almost there. 3 1/2. And we know 2 1/2. If I, well, 5 1/2, 2 3/4, not 2 1/2, 2 3/4. I'll be right there. That's about the middle of my postcard. And let's do it. I'm going to mark up my page here, but this will be, I won't stamp up in this area. I just want to figure out how I'm going to put it in there. So there's my postcard. So I want to stamp. I think I'll start, if I start down here though, then I'll have this. I want to start about a fourth of the way up. Let's mark a fourth here just for my own reference. Right in here. It's where I want that tail to land. So I'm going to see if I can't make this in here to get an idea what my postcard is going to. I'll probably have to do this on several sheets before I get it. Wow, I like it, but that's what you have extra paper for, right? All right, so if I put that in there, right in here, like that. Oh, it's down a little, but that's okay. Then we won't have to do one down there. And I'm going to mark my registration marks here again. Eyeball them. Right there. All right. So put this one right in here. That's where it's going to go. It's going to take up a good amount of the, well, I could put the hello, I could sign it down in there. I might have to do this a couple times before I get it figured out how I want it. Make this one a little, I don't know. It's getting pretty high. I might have to do this a couple times till I get it figured. I wanted it more like this, but we'll see what I have there. Well, that's okay. And this will say postcard up here. And I could put my address here, my return address here. Return address. And it'll say postcard in there, and I can put the date 1/26/23, and then I could say hello name, comma, and just let the tap be there, and then sign it in here. And then this is half. We don't have to be exactly half. Just draw a line there and maybe put some little tats on it. Just draw them on there. And then put the 2 here. 2 address. And the stamp in here and postcard there. And it's all about the tatting. Oh, you guys aren't seeing it. Let me, sorry about that. Let me zoom out. There you go. There you go. There it is. I was doing it all and you guys weren't seeing a darn thing. That's because I wasn't watching. I was concentrating. So that might be how these, I'm going to do them on individual sheets first. I need to find my postcard. I got a stamp that I carved that says postcard. It's over in this box someplace. Can I find it here real fast? I don't know if I can put my hands on it. Yeah, I can right here. We'll stamp it up here or down there. So I'm pretty happy with these tat stamps. They aren't the best, but I'm going to do it in black though, I think. I think black shows up the best. I like the colored. And unless I could find a dark blue, I don't think I have a dark blue. A dark blue or a purple would be nice. But I'm not going to go buy any more ink. And I'm not going to order it. Don't order it. Let's stamp up my postcard stamp here. And I'll stamp that right in. Can you guys see? And I might not have this inked real good. We'll see what it looks like. There's my postcard. And look at the stamp on the back. I got a curlicue. Let's just turn it over and get it dirty there. Let's stamp this off just for fun. This could go on. It's kind of sticky there though. What did I put on that? I don't know what I put on there. Let's see how it stamps. This could go on a postcard too. Let's stamp it. Yeah, I had something sticky on that, so it would stay on my... Let's stamp it down in here. Can you guys see it over there? No, let me push it up here. This could go on a side of a postcard. That's kind of pretty. It needs more ink in there, but I could put that on some postcards. I don't know what I sprayed on that, but I sprayed something on it to get it to stay on the acrylic block. I'm not going to put it on the block. My block needs to be cleaned. I probably sprayed the block with something. I'll have to clean it better than this. I'll have to get out the alcohol and clean this up good. It's got, looks like it's cut there. I think that's part of a backing of a stamp. I don't know what that is. I didn't cut that. Looks like it's part of a backing that's stuck onto it. Huh. That's going to have to be cleaned. It's old. All right. I think I'm happy with my stamp carving this morning. I got this one and my postcard stamp and this one. I think I'm pretty happy with this stuff. Let me put my inks away. I'm going to move on. Go look at chat here in a minute. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just playing. Let's see. I want to play with this one just a little bit more. I'll put that. Hold on. I put my ink away. This is probably dried by now. Let's try this blue and see what happens. This emerald. Let's see what happens with this little stamp with emerald. Oh, that's pretty. Ooh, I like this distress. The only thing is, though, well, this is dye ink. Isn't dye ink, it takes a long time for dye ink to dry, but that seems dry over there. I don't know if it's water soluble. It says acid-free, non-toxic, translucent ink, permanent, waterproof. So the dye ink, I think, takes longer to dry, but it is permanent. I kind of like these too. Now I could stamp these, just say the bottom of my postcard. I could go up. Let's see how I could do this. I could do it on the side like this. Say this is the side of my postcard. This is the side here. This is the bottom. And I could come like this and have a pretty little edge. Let's mark my registration marks here a little. Kind of eyeballing it. They may not be exactly even there. But I could put a pretty little edge on my postcard like this. And do one more just at the very top there. Well, like that. I kind of like that. That'd make a nice little postcard too. And I could do the same with this one. Now I'm playing. I could do the same with this one. Say that this is the edge here. I kind of like this better than I do the curved one. I kind of like it like this. So that's why you need to play. You need to play and see what works and what doesn't. I kind of like this better. And then see about how many I can get on there, maybe 4. 4 of them. 4 of them fit, and they take up, let me stamp it here. They only take up about 1 inch there. So I could only do 3 and still put my return address. Just do 3 of them and leave my return address in there. I kind of like that. All right, this may be what I do. All right. Meri's played with her stamps and her postcards this morning. Let's put it all. I need to keep these all out. These are kind of cute. Let's do one more thing. Meri done playing. Let's do it upside down and see what happens here. I may not have a lot of, well, yeah, I kind of like this. Oh, now I'm getting ideas. What would happen if I do it with this one? Well, I kind of did it with that one, didn't I? Yeah, I've already done, but let's do a 4 square. Do it like this. Well, I don't have enough ink on it. Let me go up. and then come here. Ooh, I kind of like this. And here. You could just get to making your designs, do that whole thing, do a whole page of just like this. All right, now I'm ready to move on. On these pages that I cut like this, I'll play with some postcards before I stitch them on. I'll get them looking nice before I stitch them onto the back. All right, what time is it? 7:14. Let's go do something else. I'm very happy with how this turned out. Very, very happy. Now I want to put these where I can find them when I need them. Very happy with this. Turned out a lot better than I thought. Oh, you know what I should do? Where did I put it? My little January journal. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's stamp in my January journal. Let me zoom out. Yep. Welcome everybody who's come in. Let me stop and do some chat here. Let me get my desk. I knocked my paper off on the floor. I got to get more organized around my desk area. Let me have some tea and do some chatting. Welcome folks in here. Let me wipe my hands off. Let me refresh my chat so I'm sure I'm up with you guys. Kimberly's here. Hi, Kitty Jen and Posh and Calico Kate and Leah. Hi, Leah. Emerald. Yeah, that ink is emerald color. Good morning, everybody. Arlene dropped a link to Kathy's channel. You know, Kathy, I need to get used to announcing that you go live on Tuesday mornings at 9:02. I meant to do that the other day, and by gosh, I forgot again. You're kind of new to me. You're not real new to me, but I'm not, like I haven't announced it for the last year. So let me get in the groove. And if you ever want to, Kathy, if I'm still streaming and you're in here, say at 8:30 or so, and you're ready to go at 9, you are more than welcome to say, I'm going live at 9 o'clock and drop a link to your channel. I don't mind that, just so you don't go live at the same time I do, then I might have a problem, but of announcing it. I don't mind if you go, I don't want to get off into my soapbox on this. I don't mind if people go live at the same time that I do. It's when people come in and announce that they're streaming at the same time I am. And, if you come in and say, be friendly with me, and then all of a sudden leave me off in the dark, that sets a sour note in my throat. But I don't want to preach on that. But I don't see Kathy doing that. But if that goes for anybody, say I'm streaming until 9 o'clock and you're going to come on at 9, you guys are more than welcome to say, hey, I'm coming on after Meri, something like that. And again, I don't care if folks come in at the same time I do, but what bothers me if somebody joins all my communities and then decides they want to stream at the same time I am, which didn't bother me, but they left me in the dark. They just left me altogether, didn't even talk to me. That set me off, and I don't want to preach too much about it, but that did set me off. So let's just say I didn't think that was too polite. And And, you know, even if you want to stream, if our times overlap, don't be surprised if I stay on an extra hour and say, oh, Kathy's on. I'm going to say she's making ATCs. I might say, oh, look, Kathy's on now. I have an extra hour. I'm going to stay on and I'll work on ATCs like Kathy is. And, you know, and even reference your channel, promote your channel. I think there's a lot of ways that we can work together if we just talk to each other. It's when we don't talk to each other. And, you know, I'm human. I'm human. I have my ups and downs, and I'm learning through everything too. And I realize that, you know, more and more people are coming online and want to do lives, and it's hard to find a good time. I realize that. So that's all I'm going to say about all of that. Angie says, I'm always in chat somewhere. Hi, Angie. Did you get a nap while I was carving and using that knife? Arlene says, I have to go act like an adult. Okay, Arlene, you have a good morning. You go be your adult self. Thanks for coming in here and dropping all those links and being a really good mod. Oh, is Keisha going to be on? Would one of the mods drop a link to Keisha's creations? I didn't know she was going to be on this evening. Oh, on Friday. Later evening. Oh, tomorrow night. This is Thursday. I'm sorry. She's going to be on tomorrow night. I might drop in. I stream on. Now, see, Keisha comes on at the same time I do. And I really don't mind that. She's got a whole different venue than she's selling stuff. And I promote Keisha. It isn't like she's making stuff and competing with me. She's a sales marketplace. And that doesn't bother me at all. Shelly, Crafty Mamas, and I used to be on at the same time. And we kind of tolerated, not tolerated. Shelly was, and still is, a good friend. You know, Shelly's gone through she had a big move, and she's had some other things going. She bought a house. She's had a very stressful year, but she's back. But we used to stream at the same time on Friday nights. And if you guys remember, I think Aunt Beck, I haven't seen Aunt Beck this morning, but I haven't been watching chat. Aunt Beck will remember when we did a raid on Shelly's channel. Like, I took my tablet, say this is my tablet, and I logged into Shelly, and I'm not sure that that's legal anymore, but if you let the person know, hey, Shelly, I might be popping in, and I did let her know, informally, I should, Shelly, would you mind if I just brought my community over to your channel? And several of the people that were in my chat went over to Shelly's, and that way we can work together, you know, and as long as it's not popped on me and not catching me by surprise, I'm doing it myself. I don't mind it. I don't know how else to explain that. I'm going to stamp in my journal before I get my tongue tied too much. I'm keeping the last pages here for a month in the glance. There's a channel out there called the Abiding Journal. Thank you, Kathy, for dropping the link to Keisha's creations. So she'll be on. When is she going to be on, Posh? Are you still here? I know she's on Friday evening. I don't know what time she starts. She says, mark it on Friday later evening. Watch for notices. So watch for Keisha tomorrow night. I don't usually get, when I go to Keisha's, I don't usually get there until after I stream. I end at 10 o'clock. Sometimes when Keisha's on till 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm still up and I'll pop in, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and she's still going. Aunt Beck was on last night, maybe tired. Yeah, I was tired last night, Leah. I had we didn't get home. We were still in town at 5:30 last night. And I still had to edit that little short that I put up last night. I put a Happy Mail short up last night. I had to edit that, and I was tired last night, so I'll watch. I noticed Becky was on, but I didn't. I had other things I needed to get done, and I went to bed early last night. So I'll have to go watch Becky's replay. You just subbed to Keisha. Hi, Dawn. Yeah, Keisha's fun to watch. She's a marketplace, but it's a lot of fun. She just, and she doesn't mind if you just go and, you know, watch for a while. I guarantee if you go and watch, you'll probably start buying. And what I like about Keisha's, and well, she has all different ways that she approaches her sales. She sells for other vendors. She sells for herself. And but what I like about, and this is not just Keisha, it's all the auctions out there. My favorite thing to do in the auction, where I'm most likely to buy, is when there's a Me Too. Like she might have, and it depends on what she has. She might have, well, let's do a button. She might have 20 bags of buttons. You know, say there's a bag of buttons, and she sells buttons a lot. Maybe there's a bag of buttons or button cards. Let's say she has 25 button cards. And then you just say, I want, you know, I want one, I want two, I want three, or you just say me. I like those kind of auctions. I'm more apt to buy those type of things, that style of a sale, than I am an offer up. An offer up is where you have maybe one item. Let's say this is a Sashiko art journal, and it was created over in Japan. Let's just pretend that this was created by some real famous artist over in Japan, and it was a journal full of pages, and maybe it was a planner, some type of thing in here. Since it's a beautiful book, and you say it was a big one, well, she'll do what, and only one person can get it because there's only one. So she'll do, and other auctions will do this too. It's just a type of sale, but I'm talking about Keisha. She'll do what's called an offer up, and that's where they'll have a starting bid price of maybe, let's say Van Gogh did this. This is a Van Gogh journal, and somebody found it. Wow, what was he? Was he Dutch? I can't remember. Let's just say they were in his country. I can't remember what nationality was, but they found it over in his country, and it's valuable, and just say it landed at Keisha's auction. Keisha says, yeah. And let's say it's worth $25,000, and we all have $25,000 to toss around. And so she'll have a starting price of $25,000. And so I might bid my $25,000 to start off with. Then Posh might say, well, it's worth more than $25,000. I'll add $10,000 and I'll bid $35,000 for it. Well, knock that all down to $2 and $5 for, and not Van Gogh. Let's say it was created by Shannon Green, or who else? Let's say Angie created it. And let's say it's just a journal cover, one of Angie's beautiful journal covers. And I bid $2 for it. And Posh says, it's worth more than $2. I'll pay $5. And Don might come in and say, well, I'll bid $7. And we got 2 minutes to fight for who's going to win this auction, just like you're at a real auction. And then, ding, you got 30 minutes, 30 seconds, I mean. You guys know how all that works. And then Keisha has giveaways. I think she upped it to 80 thumbs up when she gives her first giveaway. 80 thumbs up, I heard last night. I'm going, what happened to the 75? I have to get 5 more thumbs up before we have a giveaway. it depends on how many people desire that that item. Yeah, I'll let Keisha explain all that. I'm just saying that's one type of sale, and that's not just in Keisha's. There are other sellers online. I like Pearl Brown a lot. Pearl will sell a lot of fabrics, and Pearl, I don't know if she's doing it. Pearl Brown, she sells a lot of cigar boxes, and she sells her cigar boxes at around $4 and $5 a piece. I don't know if she still has her vendor, but she had a vendor where she could get her cigar boxes just given to her. So I don't know if she's still selling them or not. I thought I heard something where that vendor wasn't going to supply them, but I'm kind of out of her. I haven't been buying much. So I haven't been buying from Rosemary. I haven't been buying from Keisha. I haven't been buying from Johnny. I've been paying my doctor bills. But at Pearl's, you're more likely to see cigar boxes at a cheap price. And for a while there, she was selling these big wooden spools. And I don't know if she's still selling those or not. It probably depends on if she can get them. But Pearl's will sell a lot of laces and trims and fabrics. Then there's Johnny at Junk Journal Shop. Then there's Johnny at Junk Journal Shop. Oh my goodness. Put a lock on your pocketbook if you go to Johnny's, and keep that key handy just in case you see something you just absolutely love, because she does wonderful, wonderful. She makes these journals that are to die for, but she'll sell things like, in the past, she sold library cards and these big flash cards, the Alice flash cards. She sold ledger sheets. She sold vintage ledger sheets. And in fact, I got not this, I got the envelope here, not my bobblehead doll. This is my Happy Mail, Happy Memory jar. It's going to float from month to month. But this I got, the envelope here, I got at the thrift store. But I got this from Johnny, and these are French lottery cards here. But I've been writing I've been keeping up with my happy memories. Saturday was sewing on my January postcards. I'm almost done with January. I'm going to have to start another one for February. Yesterday was, well, I filled this one in for today. But yesterday, I nominated my brother for a Quilt of Valor. I have to tell him that yet. I don't think he's up yet. I have to let him know that I did that. But I was at this little quilt store. And yesterday I got my new eyeglasses. I can see. Here I'm just saying that I'm streaming. Monday I was getting Happy Mail ready to go. Sunday I was singing old hymns. I got into this mode where I was singing all the old gospel songs that I could remember. But what I got this out for was to show you what I got this at Johnny's auction, and I'm not writing on the lottery tickets here. These are French lottery tickets. I don't know how old they are. I don't see a date. Oh, 1934. 1934. So you'll see a lot of stuff like this over at Johnny's when she has a sale. And I don't know if she's still doing studio boxes. She used to do studio boxes, but I've been kind of avoiding the auctions until I get my doctor bills paid. Now in February, which is coming up in about a week, I'll put another sheet in there. And this is my wobblehead doll. I did this in one of my streams. This is a Tim Holtz portrait. And then this is a piece of wire, a beading wire here, beading wire that I wound around a pencil, and then I taped it to the back and glued this one between two sheets. And it's a wobblehead doll. I'm going to do Becky, Aunt Beck's Creations. Oh, there she is. Hi, Becky. Yeah, Becky, you're going to become a wobblehead. Because Becky, I wrote that down. Becky said, I'm such a wobblehead today. And look, I have a seal here. I put this as a purse. This is a wax seal. And that's what we're going to do next. And then I have this bling. I just had some bling on my desk. And this was bobby pin embellishment that I did with my tatting. And now I'm doing some tatting that I want to fit across this way. And that's what I'm going to do in my next tatting video. I'm going to make some bobby pin embellishments where the tats are glued onto the top of this instead of here, so that when it fits in my journal, it won't, I mean, this is kind of like a flag, but if I put them on the front here, then when I put my bobby pin in, I can put it clear up to the top. So I keep my wobblehead doll. Yeah, didn't she turn out fun? I'm going to make a Becky. This is coming back. I have to do my Dee Dee doll first. I've been thinking about my Dee Dee doll. I'm completely redesigning her. I'm going to do Becky with overalls. Becky found this denim. What was it? $1 a yard or $1 for 4 yards? And it was embroidered denim, and she made her a pair of overalls out of it. Becky is Aunt Beck. She's an excellent sewer. I learned so much from Becky. In fact, I wrote that down in one of my happy memories that I learned 3 things from Becky that day about my sewing machine. And I'm going to make a Becky overall paper doll, but that's in the future. I need to get my Dee Dee done. I opened this up. Now, I was talking about this back page. I think I got distracted. There's I think it's a channel. It's called My Abiding Journal. And what she's doing is, instead of doing pages for the whole month, she just has, now I think this is what she has. I've just seen 1 or 2 of her videos. So she probably does a lot of different things. But for her journal, she's just doing a two spread layout for her abiding journal. And then she writes things that happen during the month. And that's what I'm going to do here. And I think I'm going to take some of these happy memories. Like I'll draw a picture of my eyeglasses. Maybe I'll draw a picture of a little quilt and note that what I did there. And maybe going thrifting down in here. I have to tell you a funny though, yesterday, my brother, the Powerball lottery, and yes, I do play the lottery, not a whole lot, but the Powerball was up to 528 million, I think, is what the Powerball, if you're in a state that sells the Powerball, it's way up there. And I said, oh, let's buy a lottery ticket. Well, I had already gone to the bank, and I already paid my brother. In fact, I'm catching up on a month, so I paid him my month plus a half a month of what I need to catch up on. So I gave him a bundle of money. And I said, well, I don't know if I have $10. I buy 3 lottery tickets with the Power Play, and it costs $9. I don't know if I have $10 in change. I don't carry a lot of cash around. And I was trying to get him to loan me back $10. He wouldn't do it because he knew I was going to spend it on a lottery ticket. And so I went hunting through my purse while he was driving. We were coming from Walmart, which is on the edge of town. Oh, I want to stamp in here. On the edge of town into the grocery store, which is downtown. And not downtown, but further into town. And I was trying to get him to loan me $10 so I could buy lottery tickets because it was $528 million. He wouldn't do it. I said, well, if I win, I said, if I win, I'm not going to share it with you. I was getting pretty snippy with him. He just, yeah, you aren't going to win type thing. And probably not. But Still, I might win, I may not win 528 million, but I might win 100, you know. And anyway, so he said, you have better odds playing the lottery with me, you know. And I go, no, 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 no. And so I was rummaging through my purse and I found $10. So I bought 3 lottery tickets yesterday. I don't know. The lottery was played last night. You know, and I'm going to have to mend this. This is starting to tear in here. I think I will mend it on this side. Let's do that right now. I think I'm just going to put some tape. I wish I had some clear washi tape. I'm going to put some washi tape on this. But anyway, let's see. I probably need I don't want a cloth tape. Let's use this. Anyway, I got my lottery tickets. I spent my last $10 of cash on the lottery ticket. Everything else is in the bank. And I paid my bills yesterday, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You got to be careful when you're using vintage paper like this. When you have a glue stick that's getting old, be very careful because it can rip. It can rip and tear this paper pretty easy. I've noticed that with old book pages. And let's just mend this right here. And yeah, it will cover up some of this, but I'd rather have it cover up it than tear off. Whoops, just like that tore. Let's put another one there. If I can get it off here. Where it tore at. Here. But, you know, it's always a load off your shoulders when you pay bills, your monthly bills. That's what we did yesterday. What I did, I paid most of my monthly bills. I got some that I pay online yet, but it's always a load off of your shoulders. And then you can enjoy the rest of the month without worrying, having that hang over your shoulders. Get your bills paid. My brother, he gets his bills, he pays them. He sits down at his desk in there and pays them right away. I didn't used to be that good. I'm better now, I promise. Let me tear this off. Wait a minute. It comes clear up here. I think it was torn wrong to begin with. Where is it? Right in here. Right where? Here? No. I think this is all messed up. Let's see if I can't get it straightened out here. Old tape, old washi tape. They have to make it sticky to stick, but then it gets so sticky when it gets old that it does this. Yeah. I'm trying to get it in a straight line here. So it sounds like Becky and Scott went garage sailing yesterday. Let's tear this off. Oops. Let me turn the lights on here on this. Make this a little brighter so I can see you guys better. Later, Angie. Clever Becky. Feels so good when you can mark it off. Becky said, I have a bill folder with a chart with all the bills listed, and I color each one off each month as they are paid so I don't miss something. Well, I kind of know if I miss, because I kind of have a routine. I have a routine that I go through every month. And I'm fortunate in that I have my brother to, I do give him some money. It's not a lot of money, but I do give him some monthly money, but I don't have to pay the electric or, he had house taxes to pay. And he was complaining that his taxes went up. They raised his taxes on his house, and I said, you need to get a different insurance company. I won't name the company that he's with. He's been with them for years, but I won't deal with them. I get my car insurance from Farmers Mutual, and I think they're very fair. This other company wanted to charge me an outrageous amount. When I moved down to Nebraska, I was paying 1/3 of the amount living in Madison, Wisconsin, which is the state capital of Wisconsin, than I am in this little town in Nebraska of 1,000 people, and I drive my car maybe every 2 weeks when I was driving, and they wanted 3 times the amount of insurance. And I said, nope, you're not getting that from me. I'm going to have to heal it in here, but not today. This is enough. And this is okay. I still have my little ladies here. I might have to heal this, but I've been turning and using this a lot. I should put a bobby pin there. I have an extra one. What did I do with them? Over here. I've been tatting. I've been having fun with my tats. There we go. We'll just keep that closed with this. My January journal is going to have a lot of bobby pins, and I wanted to get down to a page to stamp on, which might be what? Not that. This is all January. Maybe on the back of this. Let's pull this page out and close this up. And I'm going to stamp my tats. Let's pull it. And we could do it over here too. Let's do it over here. And I'm going to do this one. Let's close up my glue. Yeah, I did some carving this morning. I need to put these away. But for right now, they're going over to the side over here. And Lori, Pink Girlie, sent me these. They are epoxy stickers. They're pretty. Hope. Make a joyful noise. Some crosses. Trinity. Amen. Hearts and blessed. All right. We're going to tap down the side here. And get my ink out again. Shall I do the emerald? Let's do the emerald. I just want to make a record of my tats. I can't see. I have to strain my neck here to see where I'm going. I should have started at the bottom. I'm going to go start at the bottom here. I can see it better. I'll move it up a little. butterfly. They may not meet up here, but I can see my marks better going from the bottom up. This stamp turned out much better than I thought. I thought this would be pretty hard to carve. I just had to talk myself through it. Yeah, it's not going to quite meet. Almost, though. Pretty good. All right, so there's that one. I'm not going to clean that stamp. Where's my other little one? Come on. So we're going to let that one be there. And then over here, I'm going to stamp my other one that I did. Did Becky stream yesterday afternoon? I was gone all day yesterday. You need to, if you guys missed it and want to see the hot pads that I got, a whole stack of them for $15. Vintage crocheted ones are really cool. I really like them. I'm going to make some bottle dolls, like what I gifted to Sherry Van. She won it in a giveaway. Got two little dresses and a, looks like a little vase, and gotta get more ink on this. Then there's some fabric ones that have little faces on them, little flowers. This one was carved in reverse. It's still cute though. But you can kind of see it as little blocks. This would be cute if I did another one. And if I did it in checkerboard style, like this. And had another stamp of any kind, circle maybe, or a diamond, and did it checkerboard style. We'll just leave that like that. It's interesting what you can do with an eraser and some ink. Whoops, that one got out of line. That one didn't get inked enough. I just want to record my stamping for today in my January journal. And for those of you who won giveaways, I got my giveaways given out. Well, I still have the ones I did over Christmas, but I'm doing more stuff for those. All right. Sharon Lombard, Tina, Kathy Whitney, who else? Janet Nash. I still have those things to do, but I'm working on it. I'm happy with it. I'm going to say January 26th, 2023, Meri carved Meri carved, me in the third person. Meri carved 2 tat stamps. That's all. Just to document it. All right, let's put this back in my journal. And I think I had it right in here. Like this. And this journal will be bound at the end of the month. I'm just working on them loose leaf until I get it bound. And I don't know if you follow me on Facebook or not, but last night I had posted on my main page. If you follow me, you've been noticing that I have been reposting a lot of quotes. And they're usually ones that speak to me. But what I think I'm going to do is take some of those quotes, some of them that really mean a lot to me, and like this calendar page. On this one, this is a quote that I picked up from Janet Nash, has a lot of quotes. This one really spoke to me. The creative adult is the child within who survived and thrived. And then I'm going to take some more of those quotes and put in here. And I might even in February do a quote page. I was thinking about doing a quote journal, but I think I'll just work in my desk journal from month to month. This is really coming along. I could do quotes in here too. And then this is going to be an abiding month overview. And I still have a blank page here. This starts February here. And then over in the front, I have my dashboard. Over this will float to February. And then I have my dashboard, what I call my dashboard here. Now I did find a book for wipe off. And I don't know what I did with it, but I did find one. So this goes over in the accomplished. And maybe I'll get a little envelope and put accomplished on it and put those in. Tomorrow is the 27th. I'm going to work on cards. These are going to be YouTube card days, January 13th and 27th, February 10th and 24th. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to work on cards. I need to get more done. I still need to draw Marie Antoinette. And this is something I want to send to Arlene. And I just made a note here that Violet is periwinkle pearl. And this is a note for a site that I want to visit. So I accomplished these things here and this is just some gold foil that fell off on my page. And this is my 5 project list. I will get my January postcards done. So by the end of January, I should be able to cross off number 3 and put another one. The DD paper dolls are still in. I'm redesigning them in my head. I know what I'm going to do. I haven't done this, and I haven't worked on my Inktober. I need to work on my Inktober, but I have to be inspired. And this is just ongoing and knitting. And I have to tell you, I was in that quilt store yesterday where I went in to get the Piecework magazine, and I wore my scarf that I knitted. And I bought the yarn there. And I was talking to the ladies there at the checkout, and I said, oh, by the way, this is the scarf that I knitted. I said, I'm a beginner knitter. And I was showing off my scarf, and they were saying, oh, you did a good job. And I said, well, it's got mistakes, you know, that type of thing. And I was telling them that I knit the cap, but I knit the cap too short. I ended it too soon. Yeah, I was getting way up there. I was knitting in the round, and I didn't have the little double needles. and I needed to take it off. Needed to take it off of my round and end it. And I ended it too soon, and I was telling them that it's a little bit short. And she was telling me how I can undo the top part. She said, I can show you how to undo it. Well, I think I can undo it and then bind it off so it's still in the round. And then you just bind it off, and then you can slip it over your forehead and your ears, and the top of your head will be kind of like a circular earmuff, kind of. And I think that's what I'm going to do with that piece, that knitting, because I think I'll wear it that way. And then I've got Becky's cap. Becky crocheted a cap for me, you know, a cap, excuse me, I need some tea. So I've got that, and then I'm knitting one that I'm not knitting in the round, but I've got about, maybe that much done of it. And I've been concentrating on getting my knitting looking pretty. And down in here, though, I purled when I should have knitted, and I knitted when I should have purled. So there's a technique where you can undo all the stitches down to your mistake, and then you crochet it back up. You correct it by going back up. So I want to learn how to do that. So I was going to tear it apart. That was the one I was going to do for my brother, but I don't think he'll wear it. But when I'm done, after I correct that, I'm going to, it's a flat piece now. I'm going to sew it at the edge. That'll be good for me to, there's a way that you can sew your two edges together so they look like a knit going up. I was watching a YouTube video on that. And then I'm only going to have it so high, and it's kind of like a headband that fits over your ears and your forehead. So I think that's what I'm going to do with those. Okay. So let me look at chat, and then I'm going to move on to something else here. Let me put this washi tape away. Let me look at chat. Let me get my tea out here. Bye, Kathy. Have a good day. She says, I must go. Later, everyone. Leah's here. Janet Nash is here. Janet says, that's what I love about crochet. You can just add. Having said that, my next project is a knitted hat. Yeah, I'm still working on my Christmas afghan. I'm on the last few rows. Boy, but I'll tell you, those rows get longer and longer and longer. And it takes more time to get those longer rows done. So I'm on the last 3 or 4 rows of my Christmas afghan. Journey. Hi, Tanya McGuire. Hi, I want to say both hi to Tanya and the Journey. Welcome, both of you. Tanya, it is so good to see you again. How are you doing, lady? Did you have surgery on your shoulder? Am I misunderstanding that? I know Posh she's having some sort of replacements done on her shoulder. Tanya says, Mina, I'm a bit better, but I still can't do much. Oh, it's so good to see you pop in, Tanya. We've been missing you. Lisa is starting to come back online. I think she streamed on Monday. I didn't catch it. I missed it, but I can't wait till you. Yes, you had shoulder surgery. Was that like a rotary cuff? I know I've had friends who've had rotary cuff stuff done on theirs, and it takes a while for that stuff to heal. It's so good to see you, Tanya. Tanya, when she streams, her usual time is on Sundays at 12 noon or 1 noon. It's up around in there on Sundays. We'll let her. Becky says, hiya, Tanya. Isn't it good to see Tanya? Welcome, Tanya. We're so glad you're back. Or just even peeking in. We're just keeping you in our good thoughts and prayers for healing. 1 p.m. And Tanya is Central Time. Even though she's down south. She's one of those central down south folks. It's so good to see you, Tanya. Becky, how delicious. Becky says, I'm in the kitchen making bacon, scrambled eggs, and French toast. Have your plates ready. That sounds good. Bacon, scrambled eggs, and French toast. French toast is made with eggs. We have 3 eggs that need to be used up. Maybe I'll ask my brother if he wants some French toast for supper tonight. What do you mean? I said, well, French toast would go good with sausage. He likes sausage pretty good. I don't know what I know. He's probably wanting dried beef. He had a package of dried beef out the other day. Excuse me. Excuse me. And I made him put it back in the freezer because I wanted a pizza. Jeff just brought me breakfast. Wow, how cool is that, Tanya? You get it served right up with a smile and a kiss. Janet Nash says, eggs are like gold dust now. That's true. I read in the paper the other day, we're here in the States, they're taking it to some of the senators about how they think that some of the egg producers are overcharging. Of course, the egg producer says, no, we're not. Everything's going up. And it's true, everything is. But I think the way for us as consumers, now eggs are a different story, but I was telling folks earlier that Squirt Pop went up. It's up over $2 of what we used to pay for it. And I said, I'm just going to quit drinking it. Now eggs are a different story. You kind of need your dairy, and eggs are more of a product that you need, but I don't need Diet Squirt. And the way to get some of these prices to go down is for us just to quit buying it. I'm sorry. It's the same way with gas. Of course, now there are people, gas and eggs, people need gas to drive to work, but I don't need to buy gas, all the time. And I can cut down on my driving, which I have because I have to have my license, which I'm going to get next week, hopefully. And I'm going to go thrifting. Boy, that's the first thing I'm going to do is go thrifting. Malia says, we're just lining our pockets. Are you an egg producer, Malia? Well, I think maybe not the smaller farmers. I don't see them gouging, but some of these large producers, I don't know. Rest well, Tanya. Have a good breakfast. She says, no, we're lining other people's pockets. So that's what we're doing. I'm lining my doctor's pockets. I think I paid, just yesterday, I paid $500 for eye stuff. But still, I have, by the time I get done with my monthly bills, it'll be close to $1,000 that I'm paying for my eyes. But I'm paying it off, too. So talk about lining pockets. But I got my new eyeglasses. And I'm going to wear them for a week. I'm not going to wear my reading glasses for a week. And she said, I asked my optometrist, and she said, wait for about a week. She says, you can wear reading glasses. Because I said, these are expensive. And I don't want to break them or scratch them. I do have scratch protection or lose them. I said, I know me. I'll wear them when I drive, and I'll wear them maybe when I go out. But around home here, these are too expensive just to lose. I always put my glasses. I need 20 glasses. Dawn says she misses her chickens. Yeah, I saw a post on Facebook that said, two. Cheryl Johnson posted one that says, instead of dyeing Easter eggs, we're going to have to dye potatoes. And then the other one I saw was that everybody's going to have to start raising chickens in their backyard. Dawn says she misses her chickens. I never really went for chickens, but I'll tell you, if push came to shove, I think I could tolerate some chickens. Thank you, Leah. I see these are bifocals. I'm still adjusting to the bifocal. I'm not used to wearing bifocals, so when I read, I kind of have to remember to look through the lower part of the glass. So sometimes I kind of have to turn my head a certain way to see what I want to see. But when I was at the optometrist, she gave me a sheet to read, and it had the largest text at the bottom, and then it got smaller as you went to the top. And I read the bottom one, and I kept going up, and I could read it all except for the real tiny print up at the top. I struggled with that. And I probably could have read that if I would have got it closer to my face. So the eyeglasses help a lot. I was kind of worried, but the eyeglasses are helping me a lot. Now, when I take them off, like now I took them off, I kind of have to blink my eyes a couple times, but I still have kind of a little bit of trouble reading the numbers down here just with no glasses at all. Put my glasses on and I see them well, they're all upside down. No wonder. They're all upside down to me, but still, I wouldn't have known they were upside down unless I put my glasses on. So the small print with no glasses on, I struggle with, but I put my glasses on and I see fine. So I think I'm going to get Dawn says that she raises rabbits. Well, this is the year of the rabbit, Dawn. You're going to fit right in this year. Mina says, eventually they get old and pass away, only one by one. Mina says, chickens are fun. I had a flock of 35 of them in the 1990s. Eventually they got old and passed away one by one. Aww. Well, I don't mind chickens. I don't mind the hens. Sometimes those roosters kind of, let me straighten out my camera. Let's see, does it go this way? This way a little? Oops, wrong way. This way. Okay. Put your glasses on, Meri. And then down. That's too far down. Up. Oh, I made it worse. Which way? This way? No, this way. Do you sure you have your glasses on, Meri? Okay, now. There. No. Now I'm going to have to stand up. I'm going to have to stand up. See what I'm doing here. Well, I know. Let's move this. There. There. Ha! Hi, Dee Dee. Welcome, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, I was watching you for a little. Let's see, what did Dee Dee say? Hello, Meri, that's why you need glasses, silly. To see. Yeah, I do like them. She said I could start wearing my readers about a week after. So, these are bifocals. I might wear these for a couple weeks. She said what you said. You need to get your eyes adjusted to them. I'm going to go get my driver's license next, though. Janet says, I love the sound of chickens make. Growing up, my neighbors had some. Dawn says, yes, mine too, Mina. We were down to the last one. She lived in the house. Oh, my goodness. Dawn said they raised rabbits and chickens. Yeah, Dee Dee, I was watching you for about 45 minutes yesterday. I was getting my mail ready to go. I was addressing envelopes. We went to town and I was gone. Well, we left just a little after, well, Price is Right. Not Price is Right. The Price is Right. My brother has to watch that show in the morning. And then I still had some addressing to do. Then we were gone all afternoon. We didn't get home till late. I was tired. I can only imagine how much they'll be charging for baby chicks this year. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Dee Dee says, I can't read this line unless I have my glasses on. Yeah. Dee Dee said she has trifocals. My brother said he has trifocals. I can't imagine seeing trifocals. Like what? You'll have the lower part for looking down, and then when you look out that way, and then when you look up again, is it horizontal trifocal? It almost have to be. Dee Dee says male is because the price of feed, the fuel cycle is up. Yeah, everything is based on the price of gas. Yeah, I don't know. The thing that I think that we can do as consumers, like what I said, I'm just going to stop drinking Diet Squirt. I don't need Diet Squirt. It's getting too expensive to buy. I'm not going to pay more than 7.5. I think it was $7.68 for a pack of Diet Squirt when it used to be 5.5. 5.5 was too expensive. I'm not going to pay that. My grapefruit juice is still the same price. They haven't raised that yet. And I'd just as soon have grapefruit juice as Diet Squirt. So that's what I'm going to be drinking, that and water and tea. I'm not going to buy it. And I think that if we cut out some of that stuff, especially the sugary stuff, and of course my squirt isn't sugar, but it's still not, you don't want to drink too much of it. Yeah, the producers have to pay for, yeah, I understand that, but I'm still kind of thinking there's probably a little price gouging going on. Somebody probably price gouges, and then everything else goes. Well, listen, I'm going to get off my soapbox. I'm not going to. I had something else to say, but that's not the time and place for it here. Look, I've got a page corner. What did that come off of? Did that come off of my desk journal? I'll bet it did. I haven't had that out this morning, though. Hold on. It looks like, no, that's a different one. What did this come off of? Oh, my Society of Idea Collector. Yep. What did it come off of? No, I didn't have any on these corners, did I? If it fit on here, I lost both of them. I'm going to put it in here. I don't need it on there anyway. I still have them on the front. I don't know if I had them on the back. I probably did. Well, I'll save it for another time. Dee Dee, did you see my tat stamps? Did you see my tatting? I played with carving tatting this morning. I'll show you my Society of Idea Collector where I played with it. I'm not going to stamp anymore, but this is Dee Dee. Get out your Society of Idea Collectors and write it down. Look at all my light bulbs. I need to carve me another light bulb stamp. This is for documentation. More light bulbs, things, ideas. Here's where I started designing it. And where did I do it? My Jingle Bell stamp. Here's my tatting. My tat stamps. I carved it in the, you probably can't see it too well. Let me hold it up closer. I carved it in the, carved out the lines here and let the background be inked there, and so it looks like a white thread. Of course, that could be a colored background too. And here I carved it. I wasn't sure I could do this because I had to leave all those little threads, the little tats there. It looked better down in here. Here's where I stamped it in different colors. This is Distress Oxide. And I was playing about how I could put them on my postcards. And I thought I'd do it like this, but I think I like it like this better. And then I was just playing with how I could stamp it. And then on the back of my postcard, I carved that. On the back of that was this. And I thought, well, I could put that on a postcard. And to review, what did I do with them this morning? The very first thing I did, where did I put them? I put them someplace behind me. Behind me. Where did I put them? My little postcards. I cut my postcards all apart this morning. I don't know where I put them. Here they are. These are my January postcards. Now, I'm going to iron them out a little because they're a little rough in there. They need to be pressed. And then I'm going to bind this with red bindings, red seam binding. It takes 18 inches to bind because it's 5.5 and 5.5 is 11 and 3.5 and 3.5 is 7. So I was allowing 20 inches to bind one postcard. And then on the back is where I'm going to put that tatting. Now I'll probably have to allow for my seam binding there. So that's going to take probably about a 1/2 inch off. So if I do my tat on the corner here, I'm only going to go 3 up here, but I have to allow a 1/2 inch and a 1/2 inch there. So I'm just going to do, maybe only get a couple of tats there in the corner. That's what I did that tatting stamp for, but I forgot I'm going to bind these. And I'm going to stamp the backs here. And then when I put that seam binding on, I'm going to put it, stitch it on and stitch this. I'll have this all ready to go. And I'm going to stitch it, the paper onto the back. And I've only got 9 here. I have to do another sheet this week. Another sheet of, I call these crazy quilts. And this is all done by the machine. I've been playing on the machine. But this is what I did this morning, first thing. So these are going out. And I was saying, I'm going to send 10 postcards a month into the, out of the address, out of Fibdiggity, the Fibdiggity Facebook group. But I'm not going to go down the line. So your name might be A. And I was looking at Arlene's name. Arlene is Arlene Atkins Zell. And I'm going, Arlene is from A to Z. But I've already sent one to Arlene, I think. But let's just use Arlene as an example. Arlene, I might do Arlene and then step down to Kathy Cowell and then skip down to somebody in the M's. So I'm going to mix them up as I send. And I'm going to send out postcards until I've sent to everybody in Fibdiggity. So, but I'm only going to do 10 postcards a month because that's about all I can handle. But if I do another sheet of these, I was saying too, if I do another sheet of 9, I only need 1 out of 9 to complete January, and the other 8 can go to February. So I only have to do 2 more postcards for February. Let me put these back where I can get my hands on them. So what did I want to do next? Let me look at chat again. And I want to show you what I discovered with my, I was doing wax seals the other day. I put them in Angie won a giveaway, and I did some wax seals for her giveaway just to fill up the envelope. I want to show you what I discovered. Becky says, sure, one can never have too many sisters. Who wants to be Becky's sister? Janet, oh, Becky, minestrone is so handy to have a pot full. Becky said, and for dessert, I'm making carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. Oh, Becky's getting ready for her sisters. Tommy Joe was here. It looks like she had to leave. Kitty Jen is here. Becky said, we're going to have soup and salad bar. They're bringing the salad ingredients and I'm making minestrone. Tommy Joe said, bye, Meri. Have a great day. Tommy Joe, have a great day. Sister supper is tonight. And Scott said, how good fresh bread would be. So I'm going to make some bread. And for dessert, I'm having carrot cake. Well, geez. Mina says, minestrone and toasted cheese on home-baked bread. Becky, Journey says, do you want to adopt me as another sister? And Becky says, sure, one cannot have too many sisters. Mina says, I'd like in on that deal, Journey. Oh. And then Dawn says, I want in on it too. I love minestrone and carrot cake and fresh bread. Becky said, oh, I like that idea. I would print the address list off and cut them apart and throw them into a pretty jar and then draw 10 names that way. Oh, are you talking about the sending? Well, that's a good idea, Becky. Are you talking about the address book in Fibdiggity and how I send them out? I like that idea. Print off I'll have to write them off by name and then I'll look up the address. That's what I'll do, because there's there's 75 in there. Now I'm counting the ones I sent in December. If I sent you a postcard in December, you won't get a January one. I want to send to everybody else, and then I'll recycle. But that will probably take me, I'll probably be July or August before I get through them, maybe even October. All right. I was playing the other day with these wax seals. But I discovered, let me show you here. I'll do it with the blue. No, that's gold. Let's do the little gold ones. Let's do the copper ones. I haven't done copper. Let's do the copper and maybe the butterfly. And I'm going to redesign this is my Meri Atelier stamp. Maybe I'll do that just to show you. But I'm going to redesign her. And what's on this one? Well, if I'm doing copper, I should do that, the steampunk one. This is steampunk. We'll do those three for now. And I'm going to put the blue wax seals back in there. Get my pen out of the way. I don't need my ruler anymore. I have so got to clean up around here. It's just closing in on me again. So let's get 3 of these out. Well, yeah, 3 should do it to start with. And this is what I discovered. And maybe you guys know already. I don't need a flame. I don't need to light a candle. I can just heat it with my heat gun and it works really well. And it'll take a minute, but it takes a minute with the candle. It will kind of bubble up a little, but it still melts. Maybe if I don't get down so far on it here. I don't want to cook it, I just want to melt it. But see, I don't have to light a match. I don't have to light a match, and that should make you guys very happy. And I think I'd like to get a blue one in there. Let me... if I can get in there. Let me turn this off a minute. Let me turn it off and get some blue ones out here. I want to mix my colors. I just have gold, copper, and blue. But psst, I took some of my Social Security money and ordered some red ones. They should be here before February. I don't know what this is. That must be underneath of it. And I was looking at Crayspire on their website, had a Chinese New Year sale going. And I just about ordered from their website because there were some really good prices. But I think they were sale prices. But I think from the website, they're a little cheaper. I was saying order from Amazon. But I went out and looked at Amazon. I'm going, wow, these are pretty expensive on Amazon. But you have to consider these are made over in China. And the U.S. distributors probably have to pay customs and all of that. So, whoops, that one got a little thick in there. That's okay. We're going to do the steampunk one first. And I might have to cut that off and remelt it, but we'll see how this fits on here. It's not totally melty there. I think I could have melted that one down a little more. That's okay. I'm learning. I'm going to press harder here than I am there, and I need to get that pressed in there. All right, I'm just going to leave that for a minute. Let's get my little dragonfly out, because I can get a dragonfly out of what's... I should have melted those blue ones a little bit more in here. Let's do a little dragonfly. Your stamp heads will on Amazon will run you a little around $9. Maybe some of them might be $7. I was used to when I this is Crayspire, C-R-A-S-P-I-R-E. When I did these, when I did a collab with them, they were running around $7, but they're around $9 now for just something like this. But you have a nice choice. I did not find, I wanted one with the envelope and the ink pen for letter writing, but I didn't find it on Amazon. I see it on their site, but I don't see it on Amazon. And you have to understand that these are coming from China if you order them off of their site. So it's going to take a little bit of time for these to come in. I had my Meri Atelier stamp here, my Penelope pincushion. It got over, it went through customs. I ended up in, was it Brussels? I don't know. It went from Netherlands to someplace else to Brussels. And then it came over to Chicago, and it sat in Chicago for over a month. I don't know why. But I finally got it. This one came from China for sure. These others I got off of Amazon. I'm going to do her, but I really, I'm going to redesign Penelope. She's got a whole new look now. Anyway, let's do her in some gold here. She's okay, but I want to give her a different, more of a Penelope look. She's got this kind of French doll kind of look here. So this is much better than, you need to get these melted though. You need to be sure they're melted. That one on my steampunk stamp was not completely melted. But it's much easier to do it this way and probably safer than lighting a candle. And I don't have to buy tea. Traditionally, they use the candle if you want to do it traditionally. But I don't want to have to light a candle. It's like melting crayon. Oh, don't get me started on melting crayons. All right, let's do Penelope right in here. And I probably put more wax on there than I need to. Let's take my dragonfly off there. And I don't know if I have enough. Hold on. I probably get a really thin one here. Dragonfly. Put this on here while I'm thinking of it. Penelope. In there. And let's put my dragonfly. This is a little dragonfly. It's much smaller, but it makes a cute little stamp. All right, let me check my, and I'll hold these up so you can see them better. Oh, it turned out pretty good. You have to kind of get your nose up to it to see the design, but it doesn't leave, it pulls off clean. And I was saying to myself, could I carve? And you probably could carve something. And let's try to melt something and just, let's see, what do I have that I can stick in there? A button would be nice. Maybe, do I have a button here? I have beads. Let's see what I have over here. Let's play with our wax. I don't know if my stamp, I don't know how my, this is my checker stamp. I don't know if I want to try it with my stamp. Try it on one I don't care so much about. What do I have here? That's the manger one. What's on the back? I got that teddy bear. This is the teddy bear I carved for me. I'm looking to see what I can find in here that I want to impress into my stamp. What are these? These are brads, candy cane brads, or not brads, but little. Oh, let's try this pawn. Let's see if he'll make an impression in my stamp. I don't know. The good pawn is over here. This is, no, this was the tall one. This was a good one. I wanted him short. I'm going to try my pawn and see how. Let's take this off. Oh, I like that. Came out good. You guys probably can't see it till I hold it up. And some of these I should put on the head, but I didn't. Oh, she turned out okay. But she's rectangle, and my, you know, she's a rectangle inside of a circle. And I think the next time I design one, I won't design it as a rectangle. I think I would have rather had that more of the feathers coming out to the end there. I think that's what's bothering me about her. She's okay. It was a good experience designing her. Okay, I want to try to see how this will stamp off. I'm not sure. And I'm just going to do a little of it. So let's take some of this, because I have more of these. Maybe about 4 should be enough. And let's put a blue one in there. And the other thing I found when I was using my candle, when I poured my wax, it would get on the bottom. And then when I put it back down into the flame, it would light my wax on fire. And I'd get a little flame and I'd have to kind of snuff it out. But using my heat gun, you know, I still get when I pour it, I still get wax on the bottom, but I'm not coming from the bottom with my heat gun. I'm going to see if I can, how it will work to use a polymer stamp. I don't know. I have no idea. This is Meri playing. When you put a lot of little wax beads in there, you need to make sure that they get all melted or you'll get a lump. And that's kind of what happened on my steampunk one. Janet said, it's great to play and experiment. Yes, it is. Now this wax, I think I ordered the gold ones separate. The light gold ones. Or maybe I ordered the copper ones separate. One of those I ordered separate. But everything else, well, not my, I also paid for the Penelope stamp. But everything else, I did a collab with Cracefire, and they supplied all of this. They gave me they gave me a certain amount to spend, and I got these stamp heads and 2 of the waxes. I ordered a new wax. Let's see, I need a lot here. I need to make it like this. I don't know what I'm doing here. We're just going to put some wax in here. I'm going to see if I can't stamp that pawn in there. It might be a bust, but I can always remelt the wax. All right, and let's see if I can get some of this off in there for my, making that a little dragonfly. Here, come on. I know you got enough. There you go. Let's put that in there real quick. My dragonfly one. And let's see how this works. That might be too much, but let's just see if it'll do my pawn. It might just do an outline. Because I've carved, see, I've carved all that out. I might need a negative one like what I have for my tat. But we'll see how this works first. All right, I'm going to let that set. I have, that's my head. This is a butterfly one. And the butterfly, see, I wish I would have done my Penelope one. It has designs clear out to the edge. And instead of putting Penelope in a rectangle, I should have had her a decorative edge around it. The head of the butterfly is over here, and then it's got beautiful wings. Let's do the butterfly. Let's do them in blue. I just love playing with these. It's fun. I just love it. Let's just do 3. And I might see what else I can put in there. Put in some wax. I think Becky did a video on her minestrone. Oh, she did? It's great to play and experiment. Malia says, I made minestrone last week and I didn't like the recipe I used. And Janet said, I think Becky did a video on it a while back. Yeah, Becky had a good idea to cut addresses. I said I was going to skip around, but Becky said take the names out of the address book and put them in a jar and then draw names. I think I'll do that. All right, what am I doing here? I'm doing the butterfly. Let me get it a little more round. And this is probably too much wax. I don't think you need all this wax, but I'm still experimenting. Let's see if I can get, I don't know if I can get another dragonfly out of this. No, we'll just chip him off. And okay, that's a steampunk. Here's the butterfly. We'll get a bit of a dragonfly here. Maybe if I press it down, I can squeeze him out. Shall I peek and see what happened here? Yeah, so what happened was I see the pawn in there, but he's kind of an impression, and he's an uneven impression at, but I think I would have to carve this a different way. Now this did not leave wax there. I'm going to remelt this, if I can get it up, and remelt this, because I'm not really happy with it. And we'll just reuse, there's a wax paper on it. Where's my palette? Oh. I might have to scrape off some of the wax paper. A lot of the wax paper. Scrape this off. Although I don't think wax paper in there would hurt it any. We'll test that too. Let's just, boy, I'll tell you, it's a nice sturdy stamp. I'm going to remelt this, and I'm going to leave some of that wax paper in it and see what happens. Now, I'll cut this up. So you can trim this if you're not happy with it. I mean, you could trim around here if you're not happy with. Let's see what happens if I leave some of these bits of wax paper in here when I melt it. Will I set it on fire? Don't set it on fire, Meri. Don't set your desk on fire. And what I want to try is this negative stamp. Where is it? The negative. This one. Now, I would imagine, let's see what I get here. If I want a real intricate, I would probably have to carve more little lines in there, but I'm not going to do that. And this came out clean, so I don't mind using this to, and I don't think I need all of this. Let's just melt this. Let's see how this turned out. Now I just got to, yeah, we don't need him either. Let's put him. It's interesting. I should probably put this on silicone. It would probably come up better. We'll put him in there too. And let's see, my butterfly came out good, but I didn't have enough of him. I didn't have enough wax over there. So I'm still learning. Let's put this little blue one in there. All right, I'll put that there. I'll probably rip this one up too. I like these. The steampunk one isn't bad. My little Meri Atelier one, I could probably cut that out, the little rectangle out. The dragonfly came out good. Don't put anything on there, Meri. I guess I could peel it off of that, but this has got a little bit of wax paper on the back of it. I'm going to see what happens. Now I'm going to put let's put another one in there. A couple more. This is a lot easier for me to melt them with my heat gun than the candle. All right, so this stamp is about 1 inch square. Oh, that didn't melt there. So let's get 1 inch in here maybe, if I can. All right, now let's see what happens with my little tat here. Let's just put it in there and see if it shows up at all. And I would think I'd have to have more little carvings for it to show up good, but if it shows up at all, I'll be happy. We're going to leave it there for a minute. I'm going to take this one up. I'm going to try to put it on my silicone and see if I can get them up easier than on the wax paper. I don't like how it's not coming off of my wax paper here. And then I'm going to cut. This was, like I said, it was a rectangle. A rectangle in a circle, and I think that's what bothers me about this. And I'll remelt this. And you guys probably can't see it because you're probably not zoomed in. Oh well. She didn't turn out the best. Even the design of it. Yeah, I'd have to redo her completely. But there she is. I'm going to remelt this. Let's take, let me just tear this. Let me cut it. I want to see if it'll stick to this cutting mat or if it'll peel away. And the cutting mat only cost me $1.25, so it'll be an oopsie if I ruin it. But I think it should peel off pretty good because it peels off of these good. So we're just going to melt one. Melt some of this. I think I'm going to take this butterfly and redo him too. I just reuse my wax here. Oops. I don't think it's wise to put these wax on wax paper because you're getting wax paper on the back of these. Which is okay if you're going to glue it down, but remelting it might be another story, which is what I'm going to do. Because I'm just playing. Probably won't hurt it, it's just not true wax. It's got bits of paper in it. All right, let's melt. Cut this down. Because I'm just experimenting. Let's do a blue one here. My little dragonflies turned out good. These two did. All right, let's melt this. And which one am I going to use? Peacock. I have a star one that I like. Here, we'll do that star. We'll see how this turns. I think I need some more in there. And that's got wax paper on it. Like the wax paper just mixes in on it. Marmite, M-A-R-M-I-T-E. I don't use the nutritional yeast because I find it disgusting. Becky doesn't like eating little yeast critters. I get active dry yeast. That's what I use in my bread. I think some of that paper is, all right, I'm going to pour it right down here on my silicone mat and see what happens. I think I got some paper in there too, though. But I want to see if it pulls up that. Oh, there was the paper. But I think it'll be okay. This is reused wax, so it'll be a little lumpy. There's another lump wanting to come out there. You'd probably have to cut that down pretty good to get rid of that paper. What was I just going to use the star? Let's see how the star one works in here. Oh, it's kind of cut off at the end here, but I didn't get it centered. But my goal is to see how it pulls off of, I think it'll pull off fine. My goal is to see how it'll pull off of the silicone mat. We'll leave it there. And what I'm going to do is get rid of this wax paper here. And we're going to do them on the silicone mat. What time is it? 8:56. Today is Thursday. Is it Paint Girly is on in about 4 minutes. So let me see how this works. I don't want to stay on. Paint Girly comes on. That looks pretty good. Let's see if I can get it off here. Well, I'm having to coax it. I don't know if that was such a good idea. Well, but it's coming off clean. I'm just having to coax it off with my palette knife. So the next thing I'm going to try, not this morning, I got a Tim Holtz, one of Tim Holtz silicone pieces. We'll try that. Well, that might be the paper. This might be the paper that stuck to it, but I think I can get that off with no trouble. This is the wax paper. I don't think this is wax, that's paper. It came off. That may be why I had such trouble, because I had paper there. It's not a bad stamp. I cut away the excess. Let me try one more here. One more, please. It won't take long. This doesn't have any wax paper in it. Paint Girly, Lori, Paint Girly, I think comes on Thursdays at 9 o'clock. And if anybody else comes on at 9, let me know so I can announce it. Journey, have a creative day. Janet says, Journey, thank you. Have a creative day. All right, let me pour this out real fast and see if I can get it off with no paper sticking through it. And we'll do as round as I can here. And let's put that star one back in. Where is it? All right, just give this a few minutes to dry while I'm... Brenda says, I've been trying to paint a 7-foot tall C3PO and have made a nice gold stain on my floor. And my hands are gold. Well, Brenda, what do you complain about, gold fingers? I tried a shortcut that I shouldn't have. Spray painting in your ass? Brenda says, Malia says, wow, Brenda, that's a serious project. I don't have room for a 7-foot anything. Brenda says, and Ryder got gold on the tip of his tail while painting with me. I tried to get it off. A nice gold arch on the floor from tail wagging. I love it. As long as it's gold, it works for me, Brenda. Malia says, I watched a short last night. Apparently, Ewok speak tag-along. Ewok speak tag-along. Well, you guys, I certainly have enjoyed you coming in. It's 9 o'clock. If Pink Girly comes on, you want to hop on over to her channel. That came off pretty good. Yeah, see, I think it was the, because this came off clean. It was the wax paper in there that made that other one stick. So I'm going to quit now. I'll decide what I want to do for my thumbnail later. So I'm going to get off. I want to wish you all a really good day. There's Paint Girly. She says 12 art prompts in my slot and tab journal. Let me see. Well, by the time I get back to me, somebody has probably put it in. That's generally what happens. Here is Paint Girly's video going on right now. Go give Lori some support. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell her how much you enjoy her, because I really do. She messaged me yesterday and said, Meri, I'm thinking about you. What are you up to? I was gone all day. All right, everybody, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow morning. And don't forget, Saturday morning is our Saturday morning video hop. Bye.